West Virginia University, building futures close to home at campuses in Morgantown, Kaiser, and Beckley. Information at wvu.edu.
Embassy Suites by Hilton Charleston, an all-suite hotel and conference center minutes from Yeager Airport and Capital Market. Reservations and brasserie dining information available at hilton.com. Segra, providing fiber-based communication solutions. Segra, freedom to grow. More information at segra.com.
Hello, I'm Eric Douglas. Welcome to the Legislature Today, the final hours. We'll be on the air from now until midnight, keeping you updated on what's going on at the Legislature, in the Senate, and in the House. Both chambers passed all the legislation they planned to pass last night. Today, they've been receiving messages and choosing to agree with changes from the other chamber or rejecting those changes. So far, we've already seen the formation of several conference committees where a select group of legislators come together and talk through their differences to see if they can reach an agreement on a bill. As of a little while ago, more than 300 bills have passed this year. Some of the significant ones from earlier in the session include splitting up DHHR, the Department of Health and Human Resources, into 3 separate departments. That's the Department of Health, the Department of Human Services, and the Department of Health Facilities. We also saw a bill commonly referred to as the Campus Carry Bill, allowing people with concealed carry permits to have firearms in certain places on the state's college campuses and university campuses. We also saw a bill that changed the tax structure in the state that included a 21% personal income tax cut and a rebate on your vehicle taxes. We also saw a bill that's shoring up the PEI, Public Employees Insurance Agency, with a 25% increase in health insurance premiums and mandating 110% reimbursement of the Medicaid rate for hospitals. Today we've seen the Child Marriage Act pass. That bill sets a minimum age for marriage at 16 with parental consent. It also stipulates that a 16 or 17-year-old cannot marry someone more than 4 years older than they are. This is to bar older men from grooming young women. We saw the Transgender Youth Healthcare Act, a bill that bans gender confirmation surgeries and hormone therapies for transgender youth. Last night, the Senate carved out an exception to allow minors to receive hormone therapy and puberty blockers in marginal cases with the support of doctors and parents. The amendment has passed both chambers, but waits on the Senate to concur on a technical change in the bill's language. Should the bill complete its legislative journey later this evening, West Virginia will be among the few states to both restrict gender-affirming care for minors and leave a narrow path for certain non-surgical treatment. Now we're going to go to Chris Schultz. He's one of our reporters up in the Capitol studio. We have a studio set up in the Senate reception area. Chris, can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine, Eric. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I've got you loud and clear. Tell me what's going on up there. Both chambers, I believe, have just come back in for a final, what we assume will be a final session from 8 till midnight. What are you seeing so far?
That's exactly correct, Eric. We're sat just outside of the Senate, as you just mentioned, in the Senate reception room. And both chambers, just minutes before we came on the air with you, gavelled back in for the final session, or the final floor session, excuse me, of the legislative session. And right now, what we are mostly looking at are these conference committees. Correct me if I'm wrong, Eric, if that's not the correct term. But basically, we are looking at 3 bills where the Senate and the House of Delegates simply have not been able to come to an agreement about the amendments and the changes they want to make to these laws. So they've, selected representatives to put into a room together and really iron these things out before the midnight deadline. One of those bills in particular is about restructuring, not exactly restructuring, let me rephrase that, reappropriating Child Protective Service workers across the state to better serve the communities where they're needed. So that change will be made on the basis of not only population, but also
the number of case reports,
case number, right? Exactly. Thank you so much for the last 4 years. Thank you, Eric. So as I was just walking on the floor just now between the two chambers, there were quite literally staff members running back and forth, and I do mean sprinting, Eric,
I'm sure.
to get those communications from one side to the other. So it seems like we are nearing an agreement on at least one of these three bills, but that's the thing to watch right now.
I see actually, it looks like the Senate is up, and I see Senator Smith from Tucker County speaking. How about we go to the Senate and see what's going on? Well, they're telling me that actually we're going to the House. I'm sorry, we're going to the House of Delegates to see what's going on in their chamber first. House, literally as we made that switch, just went into recess for the next 10 minutes. That's the joys of live television, of course. We still have Chris, so let me go back to Chris for just a second.
Sure thing, Eric.
You know, we went through this last year too, when just after we started, both chambers went into recess. Actually, I mentioned it in the open, talking about some of the big bills that we've seen so far. Do you know where we stand with the with House Bill 2007? It's the transgender care bill.
Right, so what I can tell you right now is that last night the Senate was able to pass an amendment which you alluded to in your introduction there. And what that amendment does is it allows for a very narrow exception to the ban on gender-affirming care for minors. So any type of surgery is still off the table once the bill passes, but what this amendment allows is for the treatment of something called gender dysphoria, where someone has a medically recognized disparity between how they see themselves and what their assigned gender is, perhaps at birth or throughout their life. And so in those very narrow cases, what Senator Takubo proposed, Tom Takubo, on the floor, who is also a doctor, he's not a gender doctor, he's a pulmonary cardiologist, if I'm not mistaken, but he is a medical professional. He cited 17 peer-reviewed studies to try and make the point that the preponderance of evidence that we have at the moment shows that when these cases of extreme gender dysphoria are treated early, that makes a marked difference in the mental health of these young people. So there's 4 different stipulations that would need to be met, and I can go into those if you'd like, but to answer your question directly, where the bill now stands is that the Senate sent that amendment over to the House. The House did seem to concur, but there is some technical cleanup that the House did. There was a word that was out of place, and so now we are waiting to see if the Senate will concur on that minor change in verbiage.
We see that a lot, that there will be a minor discrepancy, a small problem. Typically doesn't actually mean a whole lot as far as the passage of the bill, but they still have to go through the procedure, through the steps of taking it up. If there's been a change made in the other chamber, they have to take it up and agree to or concur on the bill and agree to pass it again. So we were using the phrase ping-ponging in the newsroom earlier today, because it does feel like they're ping-ponging back and forth from one chamber to the other.
Well, Eric, I can give you an example from just this year of when this actually ended up needing to be changed, because just last year, Senator Charles Trump stood up on the floor and he said, listen, we had a bill that we passed last year that simply wasn't right. There was some mix-ups. There was some of that verbiage that wasn't the way that it was supposed to be. It didn't get cleaned up in that ping pong on this night last year, and it resulted in a situation where the Department of Corrections was using that language to deny access to all of its files, deny public access to all of its records, when what the legislature had intended was to protect specific records relating to juvenile cases. So the Senate had to come back in, and ultimately the legislature as a whole had to come back in to change and amend that language to make sure that those records are available and still protect, as they had originally intended, those juvenile records. So, to the people like us who are not lawyers, who are looking in on these procedures, it may look and seem like a minor change, a minor, arbitrary difference in language, but it can make a real difference.
Just one word misplaced here or there. The bill was intended to do one thing. It ended up doing exactly the opposite as from what they'd originally intended. So that's always a challenge. Actually, you were talking about Senator Trump earlier. We were somewhat laughing, and for what it's worth, the chamber laughed at him a little bit too. He was just explaining the circuit court redistricting.
Oh my goodness.
But he went into great detail explaining exactly how changes had been made. That happens every 8 years as circuit court judges come up for re-election. They end up redistricting their changes. And I think he spoke 20-something minutes on the floor, but going through those exact details because it does have to be specific. He got ribbed a little bit by his peers in the Senate, but he has a good point that it has to be done to that level of detail.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And Eric, the funniest part, I was actually in the chamber with my videographer, Jan, and what was really amusing was the Senate President Blair actually used some of the poor pages, who are the young folks who come into the chambers to help the senators and the delegates not have to leave their desks to get things like water, maybe pass notes and things like that. And there was a whole group of them that had fallen asleep just on the dais right in front of everyone, basically, during Trump's very detailed and honestly very necessary explanation of these changes that are being made to our judicial system. But yes, as we've seen repeatedly this year and throughout his career, Senator Trump is nothing if not detailed.
And nothing if not specific and detailed. So just as a quick wrap, we've been doing this for 60 straight days. Now,
Yes,
they've taken some weekends off, but this session began on January 11th, and it kicked off with the Governor's State of the State address, which we covered here live as well. And then it's progressed. The Senate opened up the session with 20 by passing out 20-something bills, I think 23 maybe bills on the opening day of the session. Just to, they said these were all bills that had been passed before in the previous session and that didn't make it through the final hurdle in 2022. So they reintroduced them and passed them out, and it's been quite basically at that pace since the beginning of the session. They've been
Efficient, I think, is the term that I would use, Eric.
I'm sorry, I actually didn't hear what you said.
I said efficient.
Efficient, absolutely. Yeah, with the exception of a few days, probably the what we call crossover day. It's been steady and efficient. It's not been rushed or feeling like they were going through bills. Now which is not to say that the Senate hasn't suspended their rules. Some people have complained that the Senate has suspended rules and pushed bills through. But there's never seemed to be a panic or urgency. They've been moving right along to a plan.
Yes. Actually, Senate President Craig Blair started out the session by saying, he wanted to get to work and he wanted to get to work quickly. And as you just alluded to, we saw that on the first day, suspension of rules, passage of some 20-odd bills. And that's really, if you're just joining us now and you're wondering, hey, why are these two guys talking back and forth to each other? It's because, a lot of the heavy lifting this session has already been done, in no small part because they have set this pace for themselves and they've managed to meet it. I mean, we've already passed a budget, we've passed tax cuts, and by we I mean the legislature has passed tax cuts, a budget, PEIA reform, and we are very close on many of these other big ticket items that the legislature wanted to get done this year.
You and I were in the office, was that Wednesday night, Thursday night? I don't even remember now.
It's hard to say.
Where we didn't expect them to take it up, but suddenly we got word that they were taking up the budget bill, and it was done. So we hurriedly jumped online and got a story on our website. But yeah, there's been a lot of things passed through this session with a minimum of controversy. There's been some, and I think tonight with some of the conference committees we alluded to earlier, I think we've seen some challenges in the way not everybody's agreed or been on the same page, but it's actually been relatively smooth and uncontroversial.
Yeah, it's certainly been interesting to watch, Eric, as my first session. It's something that you kind of have grown to expect in American politics is for there to be quite a lot of contention, and that has been lacking in this session, at least internally within the Senate and the House of Delegates. The delegates are a little bit more likely to, just simply because of the sheer numbers and the statistics involved with 100 individuals, they are more likely to have longer debates. They are more likely to find points of disagreement simply because, you're talking about 100 different people. But it is very interesting, externally there has been quite a bit of controversy. We mentioned earlier, House Bill 2007, which is, denying gender-affirming care to minors, the campus carry bill that you mentioned earlier. There's been some bills in relation to, help me out here, Eric, I know that there were a couple of other public hearings that, received.
Let me interrupt you for just a second,
ahead,
Chris. I did want to offer a caveat that I meant when I say there's not controversial, it's not controversial between the members of the chambers.
I do agree with you there.
There's certainly been some controversy in some of the bills that have floated out, and I don't want to minimize any of those. Actually, what I'd like to do, we have a package that one of our other reporters, Curtis Tate, put together just a couple days ago. On Thursday, there was a rally outside of the Capitol for people concerned about the transgender youth bill, which House Bill 2007. And I'd like to go ahead and actually play that just so everybody can see some of the emotions and see some of what we saw. And there's some speculation that rally may have convinced some of the legislators to rethink that bill and offer an amendment that did offer a possible solution.
More than 100 people turned out at the Capitol Thursday to protest HB 2007. Last month, the House approved the legislation on a vote of 84 to 10. One of the most outspoken opponents of HB 2007 in the legislature, Delegate Danielle Walker, a Monongalia County Democrat. On Thursday, she spoke out with her usual force. Everyone who came to the Capitol understood that HB 2007 was all but certain to pass the Senate as well. Chris Smith, president of the Village Project, a queer community service and activism group at Marshall University, tried to look forward.
Well, if this is passed, it's not the end of our fight. Historically, the queer community has fought time and time again, and we've had many leaps and bounds forward and many huge setbacks.
Other states are considering or have passed similar legislation, including Kentucky, Kansas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Some states like Minnesota are going the other direction, acting to protect health care access for transgender youth. Smith said this is a time for like-minded organizations to reach across state lines and offer each other support.
I know that we've been trying to network, and we're absolutely going to kick that into high drive as soon as legislative sessions start to come to their ends, to meet with other organizations across the United States to try to see how we can be allies to each other. Ideally, we want to have our state be safe for people, but allyship is far-reaching and beautiful. So I'm sure that we can keep our people safe and happy as much as we can.
Another prominent opponent of HB 2007, Delegate Evan Hansen, a Monongalia County Democrat, offered his perspective on why lawmakers are pushing the bill, as well as why it's important for them to see who it will affect.
No, it's because they want to have something to run on. They want postcard material. They want to be able to take what might be a complicated issue and simplify it down to a slogan and get reelected, even if it hurts people. I think having so many people at the Capitol here today is important for legislators to understand that there's people in every county of the state who are going to be impacted by a bill like this. Their neighbors, their colleagues, potentially some family members, and I think people need to understand that.
E. Bowen of the West Virginia Trans Coalition stressed that LGBTQ activists weren't just at the Capitol to send a message to lawmakers.
When I was trying to think of what to say, the first thing that came to my mind was if there are any trans kids out there in this state, in this region, that are under attack right now, that are scared that they're going to lose their ability to transition, that look, there's a light at the end of this tunnel, and there will be people who will fight for you no matter what happens, and we will fight like hell for it.
It would have been impossible for anyone at the Capitol to ignore Thursday's protest. Smith said that was encouraging.
I just want to say that I am so unbelievably happy that we are having to go into another part of the building to do this interview because of how much noise that everyone is making. This is why we do this.
For the Legislature Today, I'm Curtis Tate.
Welcome back. Thank you for sticking with us. Just as a quick update, I'm Eric Douglas here for the final hours of the Legislature Today. Both chambers, almost as soon as we came on, both chambers stood into recess for a few minutes. The Senate's planning to come back at 8:30. The House said 10 minutes, but that was about 15 minutes ago. So I assume they'll be jumping back in shortly, but we're just kind of waiting to see. There's a number of people milling around in the chamber, so but I do not see Roger Hanshaw, Speaker of the House, Roger Hanshaw, at his podium yet. So we'll go back to them when they catch up. But I'd like to introduce now Randy Yohe, another one of our reporters here, who's been covering it from the very beginning, sticking with us. And I'd also like to say Randy Yohe brings a tremendous amount of legislative and news reporting experience to us. He doesn't like me to say how many years.
Too many.
But he's been doing this a long time. But Randy, what was the bill? I'm sorry, you told me a second ago and I already forgot. Tell me what bill you wanted to discuss again.
Well, I know that Chris talked to you about at least 3 conference committees that are going on now when we see that there's a disagreement between the House and the Senate, and they're getting down into the weeds on the amendments that have to do with pretty important bills. The one I'm talking about is 3302. I just saw the conference committee. This is the bill that would distinctly recognize an unborn child as a distinct victim in a DUI causing death. And I was in the House a week and a half ago or so when they started to dissect this bill a little bit to see that making sure that an embryo or a fetus that is within the mother, and if there's a DUI accident that's causing death, what happens if that unborn child, that embryo or fetus, is just injured? And so the contention here is between causing death or causing serious bodily injury.
Interesting.
So that's where things are going right now, and they're trying to agree on that. So they've put serious bodily injury in there as well. And I know that you and I talked about this before, and a bill like this has even more ramifications than just making sure that the penalties are proper for something like this.
Right. We and I don't want to get too far off in the weeds on that, but absolutely, there's a bigger picture behind this bill beyond just the importance of declaring an unborn child and allowing the subject for additional penalties from that. But you say that conference committee is meeting right now?
That conference committee has met, and this is basically what they've turned in. It was a paragraph and a half. Amy Summers, the Health Committee chairman for the House, kind of commandeered this, so we're going to wait and see when everybody comes back in session if they can reach a final agreement on this bill. And as you said, the House guys are good at milling around. I mean, they're professional milling arounders. There's no doubt about that. And they'll make sure that they get their I's dotted and T's crossed. But if you don't see Hanshaw up on the podium, you know that he's in the back and he's hard at work. The guy doesn't stop working, I'm telling you what.
Yeah, well, especially not on the final hours like tonight. I'd actually like to make one quick acknowledgement too, although I understand we have Delegate Pushkin in the Capitol studio, so if we can get him set up. And I'd like to talk to him in just a second, but we talked to we've talked to Chris Schultz and we've talked to Randy Yohe. The way we divided it up this year, Chris Schultz covered the Senate almost exclusively, and Randy Yohe covered the House of Delegates almost exclusively. So they get to know, as reporters, they get to know the people they're talking to. They get to know the delegates or the senators, and they talk to them in the hallways, and sometimes the legislators speak to them and tell them what's going on behind the scenes, that kind of thing. That's one of the advantages of being here. The West Virginia Public Broadcasting dedicates a lot of resources to bringing you the legislature today every night. We've finished 42 shows plus the final hours that we're doing right now, and Delegate Pushkin, can you hear me?
I have Delegate Pushkin with me.
Oh, okay. So you're going to, perfect. I'm sorry. Randy, you talk to Delegate Pushkin and I'll stay out of the way.
Okay, I'll do that. And we do have Delegate Mike Pushkin from Kanawha County here. Thanks for coming over and joining us. What's the latest on what you're seeing that's really germane to what's going on here in the final hours?
Well, I mean, as usual on the last night, it's just waiting for messages to come back and forth. I figured while the House was over there milling about, I'd come over and make good use of my time and come talk to you. I think it was more interesting really what happened last night when it was very late and a lot of folks weren't paying attention. That's when they started talking about giving themselves pay raises, legislative pay raise bills. Personally, I think it's I didn't vote for the pay raise bill. I think a lot of us are doing just fine. It's public service, so we do many of us take a cut to work, but that's why it's called public service. So there was some disagreement about the pay raise bill, and I think I heard the Senate raised it a lot more. And it's top heavy. The pay raise benefits leadership because the duty pay is greatly increased, where just the base pay isn't raised a whole lot, but the duty pay for the Speaker, the Senate President, or committee chairs, if they come down here for the day, their per diems are a lot higher.
That's funny.
Of course, here in Kanawha County, I don't get a per diem. So.
We heard President Blair just saying the opposite, that these pay raises would get the regular Joe and Jane out there to get involved in the whole political process.
That might be what he said, but that's just not the case. Unless he's going to change his name to Joe or Jane. I think it really benefits Senate President Blair because if you look, it's the duty pay that was so greatly raised. It wasn't so much for the base pay. And one thing I did find a bit ironic is they put in a cost of living increase in there. So they don't have to do pay raises anymore. It'll go up with the cost of living. Something we've never, in years, haven't been able to do for state retirees. To me, it's an insult. We can't give a cost of living adjustment for people who worked for the state and are now retired. Instead, we raise their PEIA benefits on the same year that they're going to give themselves a pay raise.
I know that you got a big win the other day. As you said, sooner or later somebody else they're going to stick in the corner is going to have the same response as you are a champion for substance abuse disorder and treatment and stuff. Mm-hmm. And now the whole bill slips my mind that actually you got the win.
Yeah, the bill was in regards to recovery residences.
There it is.
It would have created a legal fiction that participants in a residential recovery program would be treated like tenants. It would be like a tenant-landlord relationship. Now, the problem with that is, if you're a tenant, you have due process, and you would have to go through an eviction process if you were going to be removed from the dwelling, where it's a different setting. When you have a group setting in a recovery setting where you have people who are there for the purpose, the intent, the sole purpose of getting off drugs and alcohol, if one person messes up, it could be detrimental to everybody else in the house.
The thing was that one person, if they had relapsed and were in the middle of getting evicted from that home, they would get some kind of a monetary handout right there, and that could be detrimental to their health.
Yeah. Now, if they paid into it, I think that they should get, that people should get whatever's owed to them. But I thought it should be a different payment process set up than just handing somebody a check or cash mid-relapse. And people who are in long-term recovery or in short-term recovery would know that could be a death sentence for some people. It was just a really poorly thought-out bill. They've tried to force it through now 2 years in a row. Hopefully we can work together in the off-season and actually come up with a real answer to how we regulate these sober living or recovery houses. The problem is called patient brokering, and that's already illegal, and it needs to be enforced.
And that was a strong passage of the Patient Brokering Act that will try to lessen all that with the middlemen that are trying to make money off moving a patient from A to B.
And that's illegal. And and a lot of times when that's happening, it's because somebody's committing Medicaid fraud. Well, there is a Medicaid fraud unit. It is housed in the Attorney General's office, and I think they should be looking more into the Medicaid fraud. It is happening in West Virginia. Other than that, it's the Medicaid. A house can't bill Medicaid. You can't bill Medicaid for rent. Medicaid's billed for medical services. So the bad actors in the housing world are hooking up with behavioral health providers that are overbilling Medicaid, and we have regulatory agency to deal with the behavioral health, it's OFLAC. I mean, they're licensed behavioral health, or they wouldn't be able to bill Medicaid in the first place.
What are your thoughts on all these locality issues? We're seeing right now that there was a conference committee on 3261 where social workers maybe need to be moved to a county where there's more need or there's more population, and this is happening in a number of different areas.
Well, there are certain counties where they really don't have enough or any. I know some counties out here where there are no CPS workers at the moment, and it's just it's a huge problem. So we've been willing to work across party lines to address some of those issues.
What else? Is there anything else that stands out or that has happened here today?
Yeah, I think the big win today, my colleague Delegate Kayla Young was able to get, finally, West Virginia has a limit on the age that people can get married. And I think that we were really an outlier in that regards to the rest of the country, and led the country in something you don't want to lead the country in, and that's childhood marriage. And I think it was something I'm glad we could all get together and actually come up with a sane policy there to keep people out of trouble.
Delegate Mike Pushkin, thanks for joining us. I know you might need to get back right away. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on.
Well, that was great, Randy. Thanks for grabbing him and that quick update. All right, I'm not sure Randy can still hear me at the moment. So we're still waiting on the House to come back in, and the Senate is also out. So, all right, they're telling me in my ear that Randy's coming back. Randy, can you hear me? We lost Randy, sorry. There's a lot going on up there as people are coming in and out. Again, my name's Eric Douglas. This is the final hours for the legislature today. This is the final hours. We're still waiting for the Senate and the House to come back into session. They've both recessed for a brief period while they reset and look at bills and decide what they're going to address for the next 3.5 hours. We're going to show you a quick video, though. There was a little drama internally at in the Senate earlier this week. One of the legislators was unhappy. One of the senators was unhappy with how things were going, and set up a bit of a protest. Can we show that video?
More than 100 people turned out at the Capitol Thursday to protest HB.
Mr. President.
Senator Robert Carnes, a Republican from Randolph County, demanded the attention of the Senate president as soon as the first bill was up for consideration on the Senate floor Friday morning.
Mr. President, I demand that this bill be read. Mr. President, I demand that the bill be read as constitutionally required.
Carnes said he was concerned a constitutional rule that each bill be read fully and distinctly 3 times was being ignored. As the day's business progressed, he continued to demand recognition with almost every bill that came up. Carnes' outbursts ultimately forced a short recess. When the senators returned, President pro tempore Senator Donna Boley, a Republican from Pleasants County, formally requested Carnes be removed from the chamber.
Pursuant to the powers granted to the presiding officer by Senate Rule 51, that you ordered the Sergeant at Arms to remove the senator from Randolph from the chamber.
Afterwards, outside the Senate chambers, Carnes said he was fed up with how the Senate President, Craig Blair, has conducted the body's business this year.
Over the course of the session, I've tried to correct things internally. I think that's the best way to go. I think that at a certain point, and as we've seen this continued push to violate the rules and the norms of the Senate, it was necessary to maybe be a little bit more bold in making a statement. So that's what I've done today.
The Senate returned from another recess just before 3 p.m., and Senator Carnes was still absent from the floor. For the legislature today, I'm Chris Schultz.
Senator Carnes has returned to the floor today. He's been in his chair all day today and voting on bills, but it was a bit of a drama the last couple days. Now we're going to go back to the Capitol studios. Bob Brunner, another longtime newscaster who's been in this chair all session, hosting the nightly the legislature today, is actually going to speak to Senator Mike Wolfel. He's a Democrat out of Cabell County. Bob, can you hear me?
Eric, it's good to be here this evening. Having been on the last night of the legislature for about, say, half a century or so, this is the quietest last night I have ever been here. And Senator Wolfel, particularly good to get your perspective on this, because you spent most of your political career involved in county government, where the rubber meets the road. You actually have to perform, and now you are in a situation where you are finessing and moving and edging and going. What do you think is the big problem left for us as citizens looking at the last night of the legislature this year?
Well, first of all, I'm humbled and grateful to be here and to be in the Senate. A couple things that I'll say in a positive way would be that folks work very hard around here. Even though we disagree on a fair number of issues, there's a lot of effort that goes into every bill. Our biggest challenge to me is finding, good jobs for people. And I know that sounds a bit cliche, but all the social issues that I worry about, poverty particularly, are solved by a good job. So I think we've done an okay, maybe a B- job of trying to improve the economic climate and open the door for retention of jobs and potentially new jobs.
Do legislatures, senates in particular, tend to get bogged down in a lot of these social issues? We've spent a lot of time talking about LGBTQ. We've spent a lot of time talking about underage marriages, things like that, which don't seem to be things that are on the front plate of most citizens sitting at home in West Virginia.
I think you're exactly right, Bob, and I'll tell you why. Cultural issues are popular to a small segment of our citizens, but most folks are really not engaged in the process and in terms of paying attention. What they want us to do is work hard and make their lives a bit better. And I think the time we spend on social issues, cultural issues, is pretty much wasted. So I give us a low grade on that. I just think we spent so many days. And I'll say this, in the Senate Judiciary Committee, we vet a lot of bills. Generally speaking, and I think this session will bear the same statistic out, like 18% of our bills that we've worked really hard on even get the light of day. So I feel like we could be more efficient. The good work that is done at the end of the day is usually fairly irrelevant, but social issues have really consumed too much time here.
All right. Senator Wolfel, it's been great chatting with you. You're very frank, very straightforward, and that's kind of been the hallmark of your career, and it's been a pleasure watching you work. So Eric, back to you.
Bob, it's big shoes for me to fill, to be taking your anchor chair for this show. Real quick, Bob, what's been the experience like for you to be covering the legislature today for West Virginia Public Broadcasting?
When I compare the 50 years or so since I first came here in the late 60s, I can tell you the experience, it's almost like a night and day thing. I would say in 1968, 1969, 25 to 50% of the lawmakers by 11 o'clock on the last night of the session were certifiably drunk. Yes. There were crowds of between 300 and 700, depending upon the year and the issue, crowding in the outside, and it was almost like a continuous verbal fist fight with the various lobbying groups. You had a very large group representing the mine workers. You had a very large group representing the coal operators. There was always a major issue between those two, and it always came down to the last night and trying to keep people sober enough to stay upright in his chair, sober enough to vote. It was quite interesting. It seems to be a lot more prosaic, a lot more straightforward, a lot more issue-oriented, and I think Senator Wolfel hit the nail on the head when he said they tended to get immersed sometimes and work a lot on little issues.
Thank you for that, Bob. I appreciate you, and I've enjoyed your insight all session long. The House has actually come back into session. I see Delegate Moore Capito standing up and speaking on the House floor. So we're actually going to go to the Senate, or to the House of Delegates now and see what they're working on.
Because we did co-op him quite a bit from the Technology and Infrastructure Committee, and he's obviously a staple in our committee as well. Our lead counsel, Will Valentino, if you've seen him running the halls, he's certainly gotten his steps in today. So we appreciate all that work. And of course, the person that keeps it all together and buttoned up is Tara Carpenter, who you don't see a lot, but she's the reason it all gets done. So if everybody would please thank these individuals who processed 171 bills this year.
The gentlelady from the 73rd, Delegate Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Vice Chair Tully and I are pleased to lead Team Health, and with us tonight, the people that make everything run so smoothly. Our clerk, Martha White, if she would please stand. She takes care of us in more ways than we can tell you. Chief Counsel Charlie Roskovinsky. He does everything for us and all of you as well. He's also the deputy chief for the speaker staff. We also have, let me make sure I'm forgetting anybody. We also have Steve Semenik, our analyst. Thank you, Steve, for everything. We also have per diem counsel Josh Wiseman and our member emeritus, Jeremiah Samples. Welcome, and please make them welcome and thank them.
The gentleman from the 96th, Delegate Householder.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce my staffer along with our leaders. This is the best per diem staffer we've ever had. So give it up for Jarrett Plumley.
The gentleman from the 24th, Delegate Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I was growing up, there was this show on television called The Kids in the Hall. I don't know if any of you are old enough to remember that. I know a few of you are. This year, we're making a new show, The Kids at the End of the Hall. And there's 9 of us down there in room 230, and it's a pretty rowdy bunch. And we have this fine lady that takes great care of us down there. Please help me tell this woman how much we appreciate her patience. Kiva Hamilton.
The gentleman from the 37th, Delegate Gearhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you all know, the House Majority Whip's office works like a well-oiled machine. And while it is beyond almost anyone to make me look good, I will submit to you that the hardest working, most loyal person in either end of this Capitol works in the House Majority Whip's office, Miss Sarah Dyer.
Further announcements? If not, Senate messages.
The Clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment Committee Substitute for House Bill 3040, supplementing and amending appropriations to the Department of Administration, Office of the Secretary.
The gentleman from the 96th, Delegate Householder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amendment restores the appropriation to the $26 million that was in the introduced version of the bill. This funds the program up front with existing unappropriated surplus monies and keeps the legislature from having to appropriate the monies in the budget every year through fiscal year 2028. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur in the Senate amendment.
The gentleman from the 96th moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments. Is there discussion on the motion? If not, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the House concurs in the Senate amendments. The question now before the House is passage of the bill as amended by the Senate. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, the yeas are 91, the nays are 0. 9 members absent and not voting. A majority of the members elected to the House having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will report the title.
Committee Substitute for House Bill 3040, supplementing and amending appropriations to the Department of Administration, Office of the Secretary.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The gentleman from the 96.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill take effect from its passage.
The gentleman from the 96 moves that the bill take effect from passage. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, the yeas are 92, the nays are 0. 8 members absent and not voting. 2/3 of the members elected to the House having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill will take effect upon passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has concurred in the House amendments with further amendment and title amendment and passed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 577, reducing copay cap on insulin and devices and permitting purchase of testing equipment without prescription.
The gentleman from the 61st, Delegate Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amendment inserts provisions of the PEIA bill to resolve a code conflict. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move the House concur with the Senate amendment and effective date.
The gentleman from the 61st moves that the House concur with the Senate amendment and title amendment. Is there discussion on the motion? If not, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The gentleman from the 54th had requested recognition. The gentleman from the 54th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Okay. They amended you said the PEIA bill into this?
No, it was the definition section that needed to be updated.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
The definition section needed to be updated.
Okay. So the only change is they updated the definition section?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
The question again is on concurrence. Is there further debate? If not, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion carries. I declare the House concurs in the Senate amendments and title amendment. The question now before the House is on passage of the bill as amended by the Senate. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, the yeas are 85, the nays are 9, 6 members absent and not voting. A majority of the members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will report the title.
Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 577, reducing copay cap on insulin and devices and permitting purchase of testing equipment without prescription.
Are there further amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House. The gentleman from the 61st.
Mr. Speaker, I move this bill be made effective January 1, 2024.
The gentleman from the 61st moves that the bill take effect January 1st, 2024. All those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, the yeas are 87, the nays are 7, 6 members absent and not voting. 2/3 of the members elected to the House having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill takes effect January 1st, 2024. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has rejected the House amendments and asks the House to recede from its amendments on Senate Bill 625, requiring certain transcripts to be accepted as record of students' performance for placement in micro-school programs.
The gentleman from the 61st, Delegate Jeffries.
The House amended the bill to remove reference to Hope Scholarship programs consistent with the House's passage of House Bill 3408. Because House Bill 3408 has effectively died in the Senate, the House amendment is unnecessary. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House recede from its position on amendment and title amendment.
The gentleman from the 61st moves that we recede from the House position. Is there debate on the motion? If not, all those in favor of the motion to recede from the House position say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion carries. The question now before the House is on passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage, is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, the yeas are 82, the nays are 13, 5 members absent and not voting. A majority of the members elected to the House having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will report the title.
Senate Bill 625, requiring certain transcripts to be accepted as record of students' performance for placement in micro-school programs.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The gentleman from the 61st.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move this bill be made effective 90 days from passage.
The gentleman from the 61st.
They got 90 days on the...
He's okay.
Okay.
Next Senate message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has reconsidered amended the House amendments and concurred as amended and passed.
Yeah, that's fine. If you're just tuning into the legislature today, the final hours, we're currently watching the House of Delegates. By the way, that is not Speaker Roger Henshaw. That's Speaker Pro Tem.
The Senate
Paul Espinosa.
reconsidered, amended again.
He's the
and
delegate
passed.
from Jefferson County. The speaker, or the clerk of
Senate
the
Bill
House of Delegates is speaking
559
right now.
relating to spousal privilege.
The gentlelady from the 71st, Delegate Kimball. Gentleman will state his point.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just curious, was there still a motion on the floor if we didn't, delegate had moved to make it 90 days? I know that was, probably not right, but is that motion still not on the floor?
To the gentleman, all bills are effective 90 days from passage, so the motion would not be in order at that point. The gentleman from the gentlelady from the 71st, Delegate Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill relating to spousal privilege, the Senate amendment consists of the following. They amended to provide the following. Article 3, Competency of Witnesses, Section 57-3-3, Testimony of Husband and Wife in Criminal Cases. In criminal cases, husband and wife shall be allowed and, subject to the rules of evidence governing other witnesses, may be compelled to testify in, on behalf of each other, but neither shall be compelled nor, without the consent of the other, allowed to be called as a witness against the other, except in the case of prosecution for an offense committed by one against the other, or against the child, father, mother, sister, or brother of either of them, or any minor. The failure of either husband or wife to testify, however, shall create no presumption against the accused, nor be the subject of any comment before the court or jury by anyone. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur with the Senate amendment and title amendment.
The lady from the 71st moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments. Is there debate on the motion? The gentleman from the 42nd, Delegate Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Judiciary Chairman yield.
Does the gentleman from the 55th yield?
Yes.
He does.
So our protections that we got in House Judiciary for disabled individuals, those that were mentally incompetent, are those still incorporated into the bill?
It did not appear from that explanation there. I think the only incorporated change that the Senate made was to clarify that any child should be any minor.
So the definition of minor that we use from 2210, are they using that, or are they using a different
My
section?
understanding, based on discussions related to the usage of those two terms, is that minor is a default definition and needed no reference to the code.
Fair enough, but what we did to protect disabled people.
To the gentleman's point, that is correct. That is not, the point is well taken.
Okay. To speak to the bill, or the motion as it were, to concur, we worked on this bill for hours in Judiciary. I mean, this was an important topic to a lot of people. And one of the things that we fought to get in there were protections for disabled individuals, people that were mentally incompetent, that could be deemed mentally incompetent in a court of law. And that's one of the things that the committee, as well as the House, thought was very important in this. So I hate to do this because it's a dang good bill, but they cannot send this back over and say we're not protecting disabled people. What in the world? I've got to urge you guys to reject this and give us another chance to go talk to them and make them recede. I mean, this doesn't make any sense.
Is there further debate on the motion? If not, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay? No. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. The motion fails. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request that the Senate recede. Next Senate message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has concurred in the House amendments with further amendment and passed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 426, banning use of certain products and platforms deemed unsafe or high risk on government systems.
The gentleman from the 96th, Delegate Householder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amendment removed language inserted by the House which clarified the constitutional required separation of powers. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House refuse to concur and request for the Senate to recede.
The gentleman from the 96th moves that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendment. Is there debate on the motion? If not, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion carries. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request that the Senate recede. Next Senate message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has rejected the House amendments and requests the House to recede from its amendments on Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 187, making it felony offense for school employee or volunteer to engage in sexual contact with students.
The gentleman from the 8th, Delegate Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House amendment would criminalize engaging in sexual activity with a student 18 to 20 years of age enrolled in secondary school, post-secondary school, or higher education schools. If accused of school personnel or a volunteer and has supervisory or disciplinary authority over the student. The House amendment creates an exception for married persons. The Senate committee substitute would prohibit sexual activities by school personnel or volunteers with any student enrolled in a public or a private elementary or secondary schools, regardless of age. The Senate bill provides definitions for public and private elementary and secondary schools. The remainder of the provisions in both the Senate bill and the House amendment are similar. While the Senate bill does not extend into post-secondary and higher education settings, it does effectuate the intended purpose of engaging in sexual conduct with a student by school personnel. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House recede from its amendment and title amendment.
The gentleman from the 8th moves that the House recede from its amendment and title amendment. Is there debate on the motion? The gentleman from the 76th, Delegate Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the gentleman's motion to recede. I think in the Judiciary Committee, we did some really good work. We were looking at the issue more broadly to try to make sure that we are protecting young people from predators. And we tried to include college-age kids and professors there. But the thing about this bill is the immediate need to protect kids that are in high schools. I think it's important now that we finish the job, that we protect them now, because there are some bad things that are happening in the state of West Virginia that law enforcement cannot effectively stop. And that's why we're doing this bill. I think next year we come back, I think we work on it more. I appreciate the gentleman from the 42nd and a lot of his ideas, gentleman from the 44th. There's a number of people who contributed to a great conversation that we can take forward and protect more people next year. But for now, this is the right thing to do. So I support the gentleman's motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there further debate on the motion? The gentleman from the 42nd, Delegate Steele.
Would the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman from the 8th yield?
Yeah, so it's my understanding that they stripped out protections for 18 and 19-year-olds that were at colleges and universities?
That's my understanding as well.
Okay, so they basically reverted back to the original bill?
With, well, the original bill had a higher age limit on it, but yes, gentleman's correct.
What's the age limit now?
It's 18 to 20. The original, I believe, was 18 to 22. Yes.
I think the Com Sub in Judiciary brought it down to 20.
Yes,
itself.
You're correct. Gentleman's correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
So to explain what we did in Judiciary is this bill was presented to us, and if you don't know what this bill does, It criminalizes sexual contact between a school employee, be it a teacher, whatever the case might be, with a student who has not yet graduated from high school, doesn't have a high school diploma, but is 18 or 19 years old. So for whatever reason that child is, or that young person is still in school, and it makes it a felony, 1 to 5, for someone in a supervisory capacity of that school, could be a volunteer by the wording of the bill, to have sexual contact with that person. And the discussion in judiciary that we really brought up was, okay, if this is what we're worried about kids being in difficult situations, and I've got 5 kids myself, you know, if they're in a difficult situation in high school, they get to come home every day. You know, they get to see me every day. They get to talk to their mom. They get to talk to their dad. But if I send them to Morgantown, they don't. If they're up at Morgantown and they get confronted with an adjunct professor or something like that that says, hey, this is how you get grades at WVU or something of that nature. I'm not picking on WVU. I'm just using that as an example. Well, our children, our daughters, they're not coming home that night to talk to us about what happened at school that day. They're going back to their dorm room alone, feeling scared, alone for the first time. If we're going to criminalize sexual contact at a high school between staff and someone that's 18 or 19 years old, then we should do it at a college and university too. Because quite frankly, I worry more about my daughters on a college campus in this state than I do a high school. Quite seriously. There's a lot more that can go wrong. There is alcohol involved, there's drugs involved that you won't find at a high school. There's a whole lot more that can go wrong at a college and university. So if we're going to do this, if we're going to say, hey, we're going to jack up the age of consent, because what this bill also deals with is this is consensual. Even if it's consensual, that's not a defense. This person's 18 or 19 years old. It makes it like when they're at a jail. So that's what we're elevating it to. It becomes what we call a third-degree sexual assault, which in layman's terms is a statutory rape. So it's a status offense at that point. If we're going to do this for 18 and 19-year-olds in high school, you might as well do it at colleges, is the way I look at it. These folks are in the same position. If not, the ones at the colleges and universities are in a worse position. So I'd urge you to not recede and refuse to concur and ask the Senate to recede.
The gentleman from the 2nd, Delegate Zatezalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise respectfully to disagree with my colleague from the 42nd for one reason. While it's admirable to protect people who go to college, I think we should limit it to high school. The reason is this. Once you hit 18, there's a wide range and wide universe of occupations and social settings that you go through, and we have said nothing about any of them. For instance, a waitress. What about a waitress? 18 years old. What about somebody who joins a union? What about, I can go on and on. There are so many, many different occupations and settings when you get out of high school. I don't think these are covered in this bill. If they are, that you can argue that there are policies that should be in place. There are policies that should be in place in college. So while I agree with the gentleman from the 42nd that it's the world out there is not a very kind place at times and can be dangerous, there's no question about it. I'm not arguing that point. What I think we need to do is, as the gentleman from the 76th said, we need to make sure that high schools are protected. We need to look at what happens after you get out of high school in the future and see if we can tie everybody together if we feel that that's important. But high schools are definitely critical, and for that reason, I speak in favor of concurring with the Senate. So, thank you.
Once again, the question is on the motion to recede from the Senate, recede from the House amendment and title amendment. The gentleman from the 53rd, Delegate Pritt. 53rd Delegate Pritt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to respectfully disagree with my friend from the 42nd. It's 9:10 right now, and for some of the new people here, oftentimes what happens is that these bills can get lost with the back and forth. I'm not saying for sure that this bill is going to get lost, but I think that's certainly a possibility. So if we want to have at least some protections, I would recommend that we just go ahead and do what the recommendation is from the gentleman who was presenting this. I think that it's the way we can have a sure win. It's a way that we can ensure that there's some protections for some students. I'm very, very concerned that we could lose this bill. I'm looking at this just in a very, very practical way. I voted for the bill that went over to the Senate, but the hour is late, and I don't think we should be playing, frankly, any kind of games with this. Let's just get this across the finish line. Let's get a bill over to the governor so we can protect at least some kids. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 8th, Delegate Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to clarify something, if I may, that I said to the gentleman of the 42nd. Would he yield? Will you yield?
Indeed.
I need to apologize to you because I gave you an age limit of 18 to 20.
Right. Yep.
The comp sub is actually any age, so I just wanted to let you know that.
Well, and I appreciate you telling me that because, you know, given now we're down to the idea, correct me if I'm wrong, that any school employee that has sexual contact in our secondary or below schools, they could be 45 years old. We're just talking about at the secondary school. We're not really dealing with an age limit.
We're not dealing with an age limit. The gentleman is correct.
So the status offense at that point has nothing to do with the age, but has to do with the supervisory role of the employee of the school to...
No.
No?
No. Just for students that are enrolled in the schools.
Right, right. So the employee has supervisory... Oh, so they could...
That's not in the comm sub.
Okay, so the supervisory thing's gone.
Correct.
So if you work at a school, you just can't have sexual contact with a student.
The gentleman would be correct.
You know what? In 5 years of doing this and watching bills go back and forth, this is about the first time I've seen us come up with something about right.
So has the gentleman changed his position?
I've changed my position, and I would say that I would now support it.
Well, thank you, sir.
Well, thank you. I'm glad we could work this out.
We did.
The gentleman from the 46th, Delegate Honaker.
I'm sorry, I didn't push my button off quick enough, but once that was resolved, I really wanted to see this across the line. We worked really hard in judiciary. We can come back and refine it next year, but we do not want the clock to run out on this important piece of legislation to protect high school students from those predators that are out there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there further debate on the motion? If not, the question is, shall the House recede from its amendment and title amendment? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion carries. The House will recede from its amendment and title amendment. The question now is on passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill signify by voting aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, the yeas are 93, the nays are 0, 7 members absent and not voting. A majority of the members elected to the House having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 187, making it felony offense for school employee or volunteer to engage in sexual contact with students.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment and title amendment committee substitute for House Bill 2900 relating to the Deputy Sheriff Retirement System.
The gentleman from the 8th, Delegate Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House bill would authorize the retired deputy sheriffs to come back to work as a deputy sheriff and not suspend their retirement annuity if the deputy was retired for 60 days, is not getting disability retirement payments, and the county wherein he or she will work has fewer than 5 deputies and has been unable to fill the vacancies. The Senate amendment would require the retired deputies to be retired again for 180 days. The reemployment for the deputy is for no more than 5 years or until the sheriff can recruit additional deputies, whichever is sooner. The county shall make employer contributions as if the deputy was a contributing member of the deputy sheriff's retirement plan and provide a sunset date of October 1st, 2025. The Senate amendment does no harm to the bill and provides more security for the deputy sheriff's retirement system. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move we concur with the amendment.
The gentleman from the 8th moves that the House concur with the Senate amendment with further amendment and title amendment. So let me restate the motion. The gentleman from the 8th moves that the House concur with the amendment and title, with the Senate amendment and title amendment. Is there a debate on the motion? If not, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion carries. The question now before the House is passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote yea. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, the yeas are 93, the nays are 0, 7 members absent and not voting. A majority of the members elected to the House having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2900 relating to the Deputy Sheriff Retirement System.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The gentleman from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect from passage.
Ladies and gentlemen, I see the Senate has come back into session now, so we're going to shift over. You see Senator Tom Kubo speaking. He's the Senate Majority Leader, so we're going to listen in on the Senate for a little bit.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 739 as amended. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 739. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine to ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
The Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection Chair hears none. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House. Further House messages.
The Clerk of the House announced the adoption by that body of the following resolutions: House Concurrent Resolution 52, House Concurrent Resolution 78, House Concurrent Resolution 80, and House Concurrent Resolution 82.
Messages will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that all committee references be dispensed with, the resolutions be taken up for immediate consideration and placed upon its adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the resolutions.
House Concurrent Resolution 52, House Concurrent Resolution 78, House Concurrent Resolution 80, and House Concurrent Resolution 82.
Question is on adoption of the resolutions. Is there discussion? If not, the question is on the adoption of the resolutions. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolutions adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to return to the fourth order of business.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Reports from standing committees.
Your Committee on Rules has had under consideration Senate Concurrent Resolution 18, requesting Joint Committee on Government and Finance study increasing availability of prescription non-opioid medication. Senate Concurrent Resolution 19, requesting Joint Committee on Government Organization study operations of Division of Personnel. Senate Concurrent Resolution 20, requesting Joint Committee on Judiciary study operations of West Virginia BRIM. And Senate Concurrent Resolution 22, requesting study on need for awarding attorney's fees and recovering damages in civil tort actions, and reports the same back with recommendation that they each be adopted. Respectfully submitted, Craig Blair, Chair ex officio.
Report will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that all the resolutions be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference, or considered simultaneously and placed upon their adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the resolutions.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 18, Senate Concurrent Resolution 19, Senate Concurrent Resolution 20, and Senate Concurrent Resolution 22.
The question is on adoption of the resolutions. Is there discussion? If not, the question is on adoption of the resolutions. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolutions adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Your Committee on Rules has had under consideration Senate Concurrent Resolution 26, requesting study on creation and implementation of Earned Compliance Credit Program for parolees and probationers, and reports the same back with recommendation that it be adopted. Respectfully submitted, Craig Blair, Chair ex officio.
Report will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration and placed upon its adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 26.
The question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Senate will be at ease for one moment.
While the Senate is at ease for a minute, I actually, real quick, I'd like to remind everybody this is Eric Douglas. We're here for the legislature today, the final hours. The Senate is at ease talking about things. They're actually going through some concurrent resolutions. Those can be anything from naming bridges to study groups to whatever. So we're going to switch to, I'm going to talk to one of our other reporters, Curtis Tate. Curtis is our energy and environment reporter here, and one of the things we wanted to talk about, there was great debate earlier this session about some economic development funds being set aside for Form Energy, which is a battery plant that is coming to, is it Wheeling or Weirton? I think it's Weirton.
Weirton.
Yeah, thank you. But so Curtis, let's talk about what Form Energy is doing first, and then we'll discuss some of the debate that went back and forth in both chambers, actually, about that bill.
Yeah, hey, Eric. Form Energy is a startup company, a technology startup company that's based in Massachusetts. It was started by a former Tesla executive. And what they propose to do up in Weirton is build utility scale battery storage using iron oxide, which we all know is rust. And basically these long duration storage batteries, unlike say the kind of lithium ion batteries you have in your laptop or in your electric vehicle, these kinds of batteries can store energy for a period of days rather than a period of hours. So it makes them very compatible with renewable energy, with wind and solar, which of course are intermittent sources of power, and that can help support wind and solar and contribute to grid stability and reliability. Because a lot of the criticism, especially among fossil fuel supporters of wind and solar, is their intermittency. And so anyway, sort of fast forward through all that, the legislature approved $105 million to help Form Energy transform the Weirton steel site into its new storage battery manufacturing facility. There was some debate in both chambers on that legislation, but ultimately it did pass, and the project is going to be built in West Virginia.
Part of the debate, part of the pushback, I would say, was from both delegates and senators who represent southern West Virginia, the coalfields of West Virginia, who were concerned that this was taking away coal jobs, that we wouldn't need coal as much anymore. And then there were some people who questioned whether the money should be, it was sort of, you're giving money to Weirton, but what about us? And so there were a number of questions raised. Can you talk about that for a sec?
Well, I think part of what we're talking about here is a bit of a geographical rivalry. West Virginia isn't necessarily always just one state. The needs of the northern panhandle are different from the needs of the eastern panhandle, from the southern coal fields, from the Potomac Highlands. And so, yes, I think there may have been a little bit of, I guess I want to choose the right word here, but they really did say, "What about us?" And it is also true that the southern coal fields, they've lost the most coal jobs in like Boone and Raleigh and Mingo. Mercer County is that's taken the biggest hit in the decline of coal used for electric power generation. And to a point that you raised about this factory, it really is building the kind of technology that is intended to replace fossil fuel baseload power plants, including natural gas, of course, but mostly coal. So I think some of the pushback was understandable in that respect.
Oh, absolutely. No, there's a number of issues. It's not just simple, but I guess ultimately some of the discussions came down to let Weirton have this. Let's work on Weirton, and then in other bills or in other sessions we'll continue to work to support the southern coal fields.
Well, that's right, and you have to keep in mind that Weirton Steel at one time employed, I think it was as many as 13,000 people. We're talking about maybe 750 jobs here. It's something that I think that community wants, but it's not near a replacement for what they once had.
Sure. And I guess one of the other questions, if you recall, was whether the state was giving this money, giving $105 million to this startup company that truly doesn't have scale things to show for it. But that really wasn't the case. The state's actually buying the land itself, developing it. If the company fails, then the state still owns this land and this prepared site.
You know, it reminds me of what the legislature and the governor have done in the past couple of years, where they've brought in companies like Berkshire Hathaway Energy and what was the other one? Nucor, the steel plant in Mason County. Right. These are state-owned sites that are going to be repurposed for new industrial development that, in the case of both Berkshire Hathaway Energy and Nucor, is supported by renewable power.
What else are you saying? What are some of the other bills that you've been following? I know you follow energy issues closely. What are some of the other energy bills that you've been following this session?
Well, one thing that they have shown a willingness to do in the legislature is support the existing coal assets that we have in West Virginia, including coal-fired power plants. Both chambers overwhelmingly, if not unanimously, supported resolutions to save the Pleasance Power Station in Pleasance County from closing, from shutting down. As of right now, if nothing else changes, that facility will shut down at the end of May. It could have shut down a few years ago, but the legislature and the governor provided a $12 million tax break to keep it in operation for a little bit longer. But you know, it was, you know, as some people put it, out of the money a while ago. There is a proposal afloat for Monpower, one of the major electric utilities in the state, to purchase the Pleasance Power Plant or Pleasance Power Station from Energy Harbor, its current owner. But of course, the pushback on that from consumer groups especially is that who's going to pay for that? Ratepayers are going to pay for that. It's going to be incorporated into their monthly bills, and they've already seen their monthly bills increase quite a bit over the past several years, and here would be yet another rate increase in the interest of keeping this power plant open, and the jobs and the tax revenue and the other sort of economic benefit that it delivers. But you know, on the other hand, there is a lot of federal money now available through the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and the Inflation Reduction Act to help support coal-impacted communities like Pleasance County, where that power plant is, to help them kind of find an alternative to what they had been doing for many decades.
Great, thanks, Curtis. I think we're going to shift now and go back to the House of Delegates. They look like they're undertaking something. Oh, wait a minute. No, I'm sorry. Actually, it looks like the House is in recess for a moment. Let's go back to the Senate. And sorry about that to my people in the control room. Let's go back to the Senate for a few minutes and see what they're up to.
I'd like to recognize them and say thank you for all that you do. The clerk, Lee Cassis, if you wouldn't mind standing too, just to make sure that everybody knows exactly who we're saying here. Richie Novak, making sure everybody looks good. Christine Jones. There you go. Chris Hess. Chris. Lori Nichols. Jocelyn Ellis. Diana Ramsey. Brandy McNabb. Where's the Brandys? There they are, back there. And Brandy Hapney. There she is. There's another fellow that we all depend on quite a bit to make sure that we're doing things in proper order that gets a little recognition. So I want to make sure we call out Jake Nichols, our parliamentarian, wherever Jake is. Thank you much. keeping me and the president in line. There's another fellow that makes us all look good, does a great job going out of his way to make sure that we capture all these moments throughout the year, and that's Will Price, our Senate photographer. Thank you, Will. So that the order stays safe and that the people are controlled, we've got some special folks around us that keeps the doors closed and the galleries quiet and orderly. Our Sergeant at Arms, Dave Lavender. Where you at, Dave? Doorkeeper, Jeff Branham. Thanks, Jeff. And our assistant doorkeepers, which we appreciate very much. I think some of them may have gone home. Ralph, you're still back here. Ralph Coleman. Thanks, Ralph. Kathy Chapman. Thanks up there,
Not
Kathy.
that the
up top.
introductions in the Senate aren't important, but there's a debate going on over in the House of Delegates, so we're going to shift over there and see what's going on over there. Thank you.
That come here, but you heard them on the floor of this House. We spent a lot of money on a lot of things, a whole lot of them. I can start pulling up roll calls and show all those items. We're in this position right now because folks didn't initially want to run the bill. When it came up, I worked it. I would ask you to work it. I would ask the Senate to work it. And for goodness sakes, why on earth would we raise a tax 7 days after lowering them? I urge that we ask the Senate to recede and defeat this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 9th, Delegate Barnhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to talk to you very briefly on behalf of rural counties and first responders across West Virginia. They need our help. They need our help. And to what has been said previously, look, I supported the bill as it came out of here. I would have supported the version that's coming before us now. At the end of the day, we need this funding for our first responders, and if we don't get this done now, we're in terrible danger of getting nothing. And I don't want to go home not doing what I promised to do, which is to help these people get the resources that they need. You know, outside of session, I spend a lot of time out in the community. I don't live in an ivory tower. I get out in the community, I talk to our first responders, spend time with the VFDs and the EMS folks, and I tell them I support them. I tell them I stand with them. You know, I'm going to do everything I can. We can't mess around with this. We got to get this thing done. And, you know, our first responders, they're the lifeline of our communities. They're the best of us. They really are. You know, they support us when we need them the most. Well, now we need to support them, regardless of the form. Let's get it done. Thank you.
Is there further debate on the motion? If not, the question before the House, roll call has been demanded. Is the demand sustained? The demand is sustained. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, the yeas are 82, the nays are 11, 7 members absent and not voting. A majority of the members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the motion adopted. The question now before the House is on passage of the bill. Is there further debate? If not, all those in favor of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, the yeas are 82, the nays are 11, 7 members absent and not voting. A majority of the members elected to the House having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3153 relating to distribution of certain taxes and surcharges to benefit volunteer and part volunteer fire departments and emergency medical services providers.
Are there further amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The gentleman from the 8th, Delegate Kelly.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill take effect January 1st, 2024.
The gentleman from the 8th moves that the bill take effect January 1st, 2024. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, the yeas are 86, the nays are 6, 8 members absent and not voting. 2/3 of the members elected to the House having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective January 1st, 2024. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Are there further Senate messages? If not, the chair recognizes the gentleman from the 57th for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, I was enjoying my popcorn there. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an honor to serve with these fighting 12 Democrats here on this side of the aisle, but we can't do it without an amazing staff. And if I want to take our time here. We have somebody joining us for the first session, Miss Yaya Chuma. Let's make her feel welcome. Coming back for her fourth session, who keeps all of our members downstairs in line, Mariah Felty. Mariah? And by far one of the best dressed man under the dome right here, coming back for his second year, Jacob Redmond. And I know everybody here knows this lady next to me here, with around approximately 13 years under the dome. She's our rock, she's our glue, she is our party. We can't do this without you. You tell us where to go, when to be there, how to vote, not to vote. We're gonna tell you everything. You keep us in line. Jennifer McPherson, everybody. And this last guy here, he's a legend. I think he came with the building. Been here 34 years. Joe Altizer. Joe Altizer, not only, he's a wealth of knowledge, not just for us, but for all members in his time he served up in the judiciary. You guys know Joe Altizer. We know to love him. He's one of a kind. Please give a warm round of applause for Joe Altizer. And lastly, I just wanted to thank all of you. There's a lot of friendly new faces out here. We've tried to make new friends and acquaintances. We've had spirited dialogue. We've had friendly debates. It's been one heck of a session. And I can't thank you all enough. And quite frankly, you've given us a lot of time off this year. So you've given us a chance to sit back and enjoy the show. So here's to you.
Are there further announcements? If not, the gentleman from the 96th delegate householder.
Mr. Speaker, I move, subject to announcement, that the House recess until 10:30 p.m.
Are there announcements? If not, the question on the motion that the House stand in recess until 10:30 p.m. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The House will stand in recess until 10:30 p.m.
All right, thanks for sticking with us. The House is recessed for about 45 minutes till 10:30. We're going to switch back over to the Senate, and it looks like they're introducing their staff as well, which is pretty typical on the final night. The senators and the delegates get a lot of upfront attention, but there's an awful lot of staff people behind them, lawyers and clerks and that kind of thing, who make the organizations run. So it's not unusual at this time of the evening to see them bring their committee staffs down to discuss or to thank them for all their hard work. So let's tune back into the Senate for a second.
Further introductions. Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I agree with the senator from Summers. He has a great staff, but I disagree that his is the best, because I think mine is. I'll start with our per diem attorney this year. I think we hit the per diem jackpot with Parker. Parker is not only extremely intelligent and an extremely hard worker, but he's extremely pleasant. And it was an absolute pleasure to have Parker working with us this session. And I'd like to thank him for all his hard work. Now we got the glue of the Senate office, Kay Hill, our administrative assistant. Kay, and first let me just tell you that our office is like Grand Central Station. I mean, is that right? I mean, there are people in there all the time, phones ringing all the time, and Kay just handles it all. And she has an extra hard duty that most other administrative assistants don't have. I won't get into that, the finding me. But we're at dinner one night. I took the staff out to dinner. Let me tell you a story about Kay. We're sitting there, we're all eating, we're just kind of chatting, and she says, "You know what I want? I want a pistol with a laser." So Kay packs heat. Don't mess with Kay. All right. All right. John Giovingo, our clerk, committee clerk. I've known John's family for a long time. I've known John since he started as a page coordinator, probably, 6, 7 years ago. And John, ever since he's moved to health, has been an absolute asset, and I thank him tremendously. Him and Cindy mesh well together. John's one of those workers that does everything he needs to do and then finds something else to do without being told, and he does everything well. We'd love to have him. We'd love to keep him. Everyone's trying to steal him, but we've been successful keeping him, and I'd just like to thank John as well. All right. The Terminator. Cindy Dellinger. Cindy she looks real shy, but don't mess with Cindy. Do not mess with Cindy, I promise. Just ask Bill Crouch. So Cindy is an excellent lawyer. She dots every I, crosses every T. She's always doing extra stuff. And I cannot tell you how blessed we are to have her on the health committee. I thank her 1,000 times over and over and over again. And I'm glad she stayed this year at the health committee. I hope she stays until she's ready to retire, because she knows it all and she is excellent. And Cindy, thank you very much.
Further introductions. Senator from Tucker.
Mr. President, I request Rule 43 because I don't have a staff. But I do have an assistant, but I think she's at the carpet, so I can't introduce her. But I just want to take a minute and recognize the Capitol Security, Kevin and Jack and his team that's here every night, every morning. They work a lot of long hours, and for some reason they follow me around a lot. And our state troopers that are always here. Of course, everyone, Jay Powers, he's here a lot of the time, and I don't think he can shoot very well or run very well, but he's here anyway. So, but these guys put in a lot of time, and so we need to recognize them.
Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to first start off for my Outdoor Recreation Committee, Mindy Parsley. Mindy, stand up. She also doubles as the minority counsel, and I don't want to steal any of the Senator from Cabell's thunder, but I'll let him deal with that later. Dalton Varney, I've known his family for years. He was my clerk. Thank you so much, Dalton. Interns, Anthony Piana up there. Thank you so much, Anthony. And I'm not sure if Xavier Werbel is here. He's not here, but he did a great job too, and I just appreciate so much this year. Mindy's an outdoor recreation enthusiast, so she's done such a good job with the first time for the committee, and thank all of you.
Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'll make this quick. First of all, I want to say I'm chair of the Women's Caucus, and I could not do the Women's Caucus without Brittany Carrowick. She is amazing, and I'm just so grateful she stays on top of me despite my many challenges. I also, as chair of School Choice Committee, I was lucky to have Amy, there she is, Osgood. And unfortunately, Ashlyn Bowles is not here. She was the intern that helped with the committee. And then, of course, everyone knows Brenda Clint, the best assistant in the Senate. Very grateful.
Senator from Brooke.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just want to recognize one person very quickly. Madison Fields has done tremendous work for us, both in the Judiciary Committee and the Rules Committee. Thank you, Madison.
Further introduction, Senator from Cabell, Senior Senator from the 5th.
I've been filling in for the senator from Cabell most of the time anyhow, so. You've already introduced some of them, but we want to make a special recognition, and I'm going to start first with Brittany because she is the one that whips us into place. She'll send me texts all the time. I know she does it to the two mics. That all the time, you need to be here, you don't forget this. And so we're here because of Brittany, if you would stand, please. And we're blessed to have Mindy Parsley, that she has come in and been the counsel, and Mindy, if you would stand.
Again, we appreciate the congratulations and the recognition of the staff, but we're going to now switch to our Capitol studio. Randy Yohe is in the studio with Delegate Vernon Chris. Delegate Chris is the House Finance Committee Chairman, and Randy's going to talk to him about probably the budget.
Yes, he is. He rattled off some budget numbers for about a half an hour straight. Delegate Chris, thanks for being here with us. As Finance Chair, talk to me about some of the biggest pluses from this legislative session.
Well, obviously, the tax cut was the biggest important thing that for the first time since 1986, we are doing some significant tax changes in our state. And you spelled it right. And we have set a path to do totally away with the personal income tax at some point down the road. As we grow our economy in the state, we will be able to make deductions of a 10% or less every year as long as the growth continues within our tax revenues.
What was the challenge in making sure that with all the tax cuts, and there was like 4 or 5 of them when you go down the line, that we would have enough money to pave our roads, to pay our employees, and to do all the initiatives that the legislature has put together?
Well, the key that we have seen for the last few years, that we have seen significant excesses in tax revenues, that we could see that there was an opportunity to put about $700 million or a little over $700 million out there in opportunities to repay the public some of their tax dollars. And the way that we've got it structured is that we do a little bit this year in the income tax, and then starting next year with the car tax, and then the personal property tax for those who have assessed values of $1 million or less in their businesses, which defined as small businesses, that they'll start that process next year. And then every year since going on, then every year that we have an opportunity to, as the economy grows in West Virginia, we'll be able to take up to another 10% tax reduction in your personal income tax. But along the way, we put some money in reserves for the PEIA. We put $400 million in a reserve fund for the personal income tax. And the reason we did that, in case things go awry, we have the opportunity to pay our bills. The last time that we did this was in 1986, when we eliminated the B&O tax. And when we eliminated the B&O tax, we did it all at one time. We did not set up reserve fund. We did not set it up in a feathering process. We eliminated it altogether. Excuse me. That caused tremendous cash flow problems in the last couple of years of Governor Moore, and obviously when Gaston Caperton came in 1989, we raised a bunch of taxes on a variety of things, which in fact today we just passed insurance tax that started in 1989 so that we could have monies for the teachers' retirement program that's on a 40-year pay down so that we can get them 100% funded before we can take that off. So things like that. Also, one of the monumental things that I think we should be proud of is that we set aside $209 million for the colleges and the CTCs, the community college and technical centers. We set aside $1 million each for each one of the CTCs and $20 million set aside for each of the small colleges, and then $10 million set aside for Potomac State, which is under the auspices of WVU, and Virginia Tech got $10 million. And those are for deferred maintenance problems. Also, we set aside $73 million for the correctional units.
Well, deferred maintenance, what does that mean?
Well, that means that those are dollars that we have identified through the colleges and through the Department of Corrections that we know that these are things that need to be done.
They have to be done over a certain period of time.
As we all know, the four-year colleges, the age of the buildings that we're dealing with in let's take Glenville or Concord or some of the smaller colleges around the state that have buildings that are not necessarily in terrible shape, but are in disrepair that need to be addressed. And so we're trying to address those in the same thing. The same thing with the correctional units. As we know now that the regional jails are 30 plus years old and they need attention. We've got an overcrowding situation, and the buildings are in such a position that we need to identify those problems that we have in maintenance to get those buildings back up to where we feel safe with the buildings and that the public is safe from the people that we have there.
Let's shift on. You're from Wood County.
Yes, sir.
And we knew that there was a challenge with the treatment centers in Wood County. And the limit for 250 beds was a pretty big deal for you and the other representatives from Wood County. How bad was the situation?
It was bad to the point that because we had a tremendous amount of beds, way more than we needed in Wood County, the operators of those facilities were actually recruiting people to come in. We had people coming from Idaho, from Montana, from Colorado, from Nebraska. They were coming in, they were entering the program, but they weren't finishing the program. And they were leaving the facilities upon their own because they were not in a confined situation. They were voluntarily there, and so they were able to leave voluntarily. But what happened to them was they became part of our street problem in the city of Parkersburg, and primarily was causing a lot of petty theft, a lot of problems with the homeless people and the shelters that were trying to take care of the homeless people in our cities. And those problems got to the point that the city had elected through the council and the mayor to offer buying one-way bus tickets for these people to go back home. It was cheaper to do that than to continue to have the problems with the police running through the magistrate system, and they would be back out on the streets before the police could get their paperwork done.
As finance chair, anything that's got a dollar sign on it from any committee, from any, hundreds of bills, come through you.
That's correct.
We hear the speaker just move it to finance. What kind of challenges does that present when you have so many different ideas, so many different entities that you're dealing with?
Well, as we try to put the budget process together, as you know, the governor on the night of the State of the State, he offers his suggestions, which they're suggestions for us to build a budget. We take that apart between the three analysts and our attorneys that are in the Finance Committee on the House side, and during the budget hearing process, we listen to each one of those departments. We try to determine what is available to take care of their situations. We try to do, as the governor indicated, to work with a zero or a flat budget processing this.
And then as we look through and attend to the problems like the PEIA, then we need to adjust those dollars. This is the first time in the total dollars that we've actually had to go up some degree because of the pay raise of the $2,300 and that the PEIA dollars had to be adjusted in there. But along the way, we obviously put some more of the ARPA dollars to work, and we're looking at, we know that the IIJA dollars that are soon coming to West Virginia, that there's going to be some matching dollars there, so we're going to have a challenge to do that. But overall, I think we did a fairly good job with the dollars we had to spread them around.
The $2,300 pay raise, that's for the state police and for teachers and school workers. What about for the rest of the state employees? Where's that stand?
That all was in the budget. The three entities that you mentioned are by code. So therefore, those pay raises have to come through the legislature. Everybody else that works for the state government works through the executive department, and it is up to him to determine when he wants to do a pay raise. So those dollars, originally, if you remember, he offered a 5% pay raise in his budget bill on the state of the state. We did not take up, in the House, take up the 5% pay raise. So as we go through the process to work his budget, we eliminated a 5% from his personal services line to come up with the House budget, as I attained a week ago on Saturday as I went through that budget, which was the House's version that we sent to the Senate. So the final cut that we did here last night, or yesterday afternoon on Friday, was the compromise budget between the House and the Senate. The Senate had already placed their $2,300 in their budget. So when we got together and started putting the compromise together, we had to adjust our budget so that the $2,300 would be in there to take care of that.
Is there anything that's been left on the table for this session that you wish should have been taken care of?
The only thing that I can think of is the governors needed to address probably the correctional officer situation, but I understand he's working on that. We'll be back here next month during interims, and so I would suspect that maybe by that time, or in May or in June when we have interims, that he may have a plan together to adjust those pays and a source of income to pay for those.
Okay. Well, Delegate Chris, thanks for coming over.
You're
appreciate you. We appreciate all the work that you've done as the finance chair. But we know that it's a heck of a job, and it's a lot of numbers to put together. You're a banker, right?
No, my family owns banks.
Family owns banks.
But
that's even better.
But I'm in the river transportation and construction business.
Very good. Well, thanks for coming over. We appreciate it. Eric, we're going to send it back to you.
Thanks for that, Randy. Very enlightening. I really appreciate you grabbing Delegate Chris, and I really appreciate him taking the time while the House is recessed to come over and talk with us for a few minutes. We're actually going to, Bob Brunner was on set earlier, but Bob's been in this chair all session so far. So we're actually going to play a short story that Bob did for us. It's about what used to be an institution in the legislature referred to as the Third House. It hasn't happened in a number of years, which is kind of sad. It's about when the State House Press Corps would actually parody and lampoon some of the legislators. So we're going to show that real fast.
In the late 1960s, the legislature would take a break toward the end of its regular session, usually Thursday night, and give up the podium to members of the Capitol Press Corps who, at the legislature's request, did a lampoon. They called it the Third House, and it was mostly broad comedy. Charlie Ryan, the longtime anchorman at WCHS, played Governor Arch Moore, and a tall guy who looked a little bit ungainly, that was me, played Jay Rockefeller, who was the rising star in politics. But mostly, it was about the lawmakers themselves, and mostly it was inside jokes. Word got around about the little private party that went on, and pretty soon the galleries filled up with members of the legislative staff, eager to have a chance to have a laugh at their bosses. The press corps was pretty substantial for the legislative coverage. Generally, there was at least one reporter from each of the television stations, and radio, including West Virginia Public Radio, had at least 3 or 4 people covering the Capitol on a regular basis. They had a place usually in front of the chamber. It's now been moved in the Senate side to the back of the chamber, but on that third House night, it was the media that was in the front, and we were making fun of the legislators who we had slavishly covered for the prior 50-some days, and the legislature seemed to love it. A couple years after Jay Rockefeller was elected governor, he asked Speaker Lou McManus to cancel the third House. Although prior Governor Arch Moore seemed to enjoy the fun and frivolity of the lampooning, Governor Rockefeller didn't like it much. So it went away for a number of years, only to come back as a fundraiser for the Marshall University School of Journalism and move across the street to the Culture Center. The third House was reborn a couple of times and went on for quite a while. We had some additions to the cast, like longtime Kanawha County Sheriff and then Charleston Mayor Danny Jones, who was quite an actor, and several other folks from the community who came and chipped in. Beth Voorhees, then the news director of West Virginia Public Broadcasting, helped really put it all back together again, and it was mostly performed at the Cultural Center, and it was a lot of fun to do it back then. As somebody who started with the third House in the 60s and participated in the 70s and then again in the 80s and in the 2010s, it was quite an experience. It was a memory, and a memory that apparently is just that. For West Virginia Public Broadcasting, I'm Bob Brenner reporting.
Thanks for that, Bob. That's I remember that as a young journalist here in Charleston back in the 90s. I remember the third House. I was never asked to participate, and that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. There are no old photos of me from that period. It looks like the Senate has come back in and is taking care of business. So let's check back in on them and see what's going on in the Senate.
Finance study whether legislation is needed to address privacy in the social care and health-related social needs space, and reports the same back with the recommendation that they each be adopted. Respectfully submitted, Craig P. Blair, Chair ex officio.
Report will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that both resolutions be taken up for immediate consideration, considered simultaneously, and put upon their adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the resolutions.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 27 requesting that the Joint Committee on the Judiciary commission a study on requiring the use of E-Verify for all employers.
Question is on adoption of the resolutions. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the resolutions. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 28 requesting that the Joint Committee on Government and Finance study whether legislation is needed to address privacy in the social care and health-related social needs space.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Senator from Marshall is recognized for a conference committee report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your committee of conference has met with the House counterparts on Senate Bill 617, and after full and free conference, we have agreed on the following. There will be reporting on abuse and neglect to the county prosecutor and to LACRA. The Office of the Mental Health Ombudsman will be codified. Certain antiquated code and terminology will be struck, and the bill will retain the IDDW program study and the annual capitation rate review. Mr. President, I move the Senate to adopt the Conference Committee report.
Senator from Marshall moves that, that the committee conference report be adopted. Is there further discussion? If not, the question is on adoption of the motion by the Senator from Marshall. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the report adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill as amended by the Committee of Conference report. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 32 yeas, 0 nays, 2 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Clerk has a message from the House.
The House amended the Senate amendments as it relates to committee substitute for House Bill 2007 prohibiting certain medical practices.
Message will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to the Senate amendments to House Bill 2007.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the Senate concur in the House amendments to the Senate amendments to House Bill 2007. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House amended one term that kept the bill in its purpose for consistency. I urge adoption.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is the Senate concur in the House amendments to the Senate amendments to House Bill 2007. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Mr. President, there was also a title amendment.
There's also a title amendment?
Sure.
All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 30 yeas, 2 nays, 2 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective July 1, 2024, and request unanimous consent.
2023.
Oh, January 1.
The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Senate will be at ease for one moment.
So that was Senate Bill, House Bill 2007. That's the bill we've been discussing actually pretty much all session. It was named the prohibiting certain medical procedures, but ultimately that's the bill that we were talking about earlier this evening that attempted to ban gender confirmation surgeries and hormone therapies for transgender youth. It has passed. When we talked about it earlier, there was just a simple hang-up from the House back to the Senate, but you never know with these things as the bills go back and forth whether they will pass or not. The important thing about that, or the reason there was a little bit of question, always a hanging question, is the Senate had amended the bill last night to include some circumstances during which transgender youth, with consultation with their doctors and with their parents, could actually get some of these hormone therapies. But it is important to note that that bill has now officially passed. Generally speaking, gender confirmation surgeries for youth have been banned under this, but all the medical professionals have always said that almost never happens nationwide, and definitely not in West Virginia. But with those stipulations, or with some specific stipulations that we discussed earlier this evening, that bill has now passed. So that's actually an important bill that we've been watching since the first days of the session. There have been rallies, there have been public hearings, and many discussions about that bill. So I just wanted to bring attention to that. It's sometimes hard to understand if you're not an avid follower like myself and my reporters, to exactly what bills are which. So, all right, I think we can go back to the Senate now, and Senate Bill 426.
Senior Senator from 17.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House amendment exempts legislative and judicial entities from the standards regarding high-risk technology set by the Chief Information Security Officer. The Senate amendment to the amendment restores language from the bill as passed that applies to those standards to all government entities. I recommend the Senate refuse to recede and ask the House to reconsider.
Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is the Senate refuse to recede and request the House to reconsider. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The clerk will communicate actions of the Senate to the House. Senate will be at ease for a moment again. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 10:30 p.m.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that we recess till 10:30 p.m. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The Senate's in recess till 10:30 p.m.
So as you just heard, the Senate has stepped into recess for about 15 minutes. Both chambers are actually in recess right at the moment until 10:30. We anticipate that there will be a pretty concerted push for the last hour and a half to go back and forth. Actually, one thing that I wanted to bring attention to, we just saw the House balk at changes that the House had made and back and forth, and now the Senate has asked the House to reconsider their changes rather than accepting those. That's part of the process, and exactly what we anticipated would happen this evening. Since all the bills were passed Friday night, tonight is strictly for the back and forth. We referred to it earlier as ping-ponging back and forth of bills and legislation. We're going to show you a story that we did earlier this session about just nearly every day in the Capitol Rotunda, there's different groups come in to talk about the services they provide or special interest and that sort of thing. We're actually going to show you a package we did earlier this session on Arts Day at the Capitol.
They do much more than fiddle around at the Augusta Heritage Center in Randolph County, celebrating 50 years of preserving and elevating traditional West Virginia art forms. Executive Director Seth Young says the Heritage Center's annual July series workshops have become an international arts mecca.
It's 3 weeks of music, art, craft, folklore, foodways, and folkways on the campus of Davis-Nelkins College campus. People come from all over the world to study things such as Cajun and Creole culture, swing music, classic country music, bluegrass, vocal, blues, old time, and of course, craft, foodways, and folklore.
West Virginia Public Broadcasting's Mountain Stage is celebrating 40 years of live music performances. Associate Director Mallory Richards says with a network of more than 290 stations airing the program around the globe, Mountain Stage is West Virginia's calling card to the world.
It's always there for you. You can tune in wherever you are. You could be in the car driving down the road, or you can join us here in Charleston, West Virginia for a live show. It really goes back to hospitality. Everyone's treated equally. Our artists backstage, it's like welcoming family home.
10 or so years ago, when West Virginia public schools faced serious budget challenges, many said, we don't need the arts, they're not a priority, we don't need that band or theater department. Look around you. In 2023, the opposite seems true.
Singing for the Senate, the Appalachian Children's Choir is living proof of what State Curator of Arts, Culture, and History Randall Reed Smith says is a flourishing font of artistic creativity.
I was just up Tuesday at the Wood County Board of Education to present awards. They were recognizing all the arts, and they just put back in their school system 5th grade band. I mean, that is huge. And we just had the last 2 days, the West Virginia State Arts Conference. We had 147 arts organizations and individual artists that have wonderful outreach programs into our schools. And the thing that they were all excited about is that arts are back. Arts are great. And today we're here at Arts Day. We have all 55 booths filled. It is all about the arts.
Reed Smith says the only pure academic pursuit is the arts, that everything else in life is just an elective.
Thanks for that, Randy. He produced that earlier, but I think that was a great presentation of just one of an example of one of the groups that comes to demonstrate, or not demonstrate, one of the groups that comes to display during the session. They're there just about every day, 10 to 2 or so, talking about their various issues. Now, I think we're going to go to our Capitol studio. I believe Curtis Tate is back in the chair. Is that correct? There we go, Curtis. Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
So I assume, I know you followed the House Bill 2007 since the very beginning, and we talked just a little bit ago about it. So what's the feeling up there now that that's finally passed?
Well, hard to gauge the feeling. Basically, the Senate just completed legislative action on it, so it's pretty much done. There was a lot of back and forth on it, between the chambers and, in various committees, and a public hearing last month. So there's been a lot of activity on this bill. It's not the same bill that it started out with or that it became, and then it got changed again. So there's just been a lot going on that one bill.
That's pretty typical of the legislative process, though, as things go back and forth, and
sure,
and various people, various committees look at it. I'm sure that went through probably the Judiciary Committee, the Health Committee in both
That's
chambers.
Right.
So there's an awful lot of people get their hands on a single piece of legislation.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think the most significant change, at least here in the last couple of days or last 48 hours or so, was that the Senate last night amended it to kind of carve out a narrow exception to allow non-surgical treatments for minors, but with a lot of different conditions, including permission from doctors and.
Yeah, can you break that down for me a little bit? Actually, I alluded to that just a few minutes ago, just as it was passing. But if you could give me the specifics on that, that would be great.
Well, sure. It requires permission from, I think, at least 2 physicians. It requires a mental health evaluation. Of course, parental consent, I think, was always part of this. So that's there as well. Of course, the bill overall still bans surgical interventions or gender confirmation surgical procedures, but it doesn't entirely foreclose non-surgical options like hormone treatments and puberty blockers. I think at some point the medical professionals who testified in both the public hearing and also in the Senate Health Committee. It was the Senate Health Committee. Sometimes it's hard to remember who said what to which committee, especially after, we cram into 60 days here. But yeah, they said that typically the age where, a young person would be receiving a non-surgical type of treatment would be around 16 or 17. And so this would allow for in some cases that to happen.
One of the issues we talked about, and I think you mentioned it earlier, but was the kind of the mental health questions that go along with this. And I'm not going to ask you for specific statistics, but I believe the incidence of suicide is much higher amongst youth who are kind of find themselves in this situation.
The one that that does stick out in my head is that roughly 1 in 5 transgender youth attempts suicide, and that is a much higher rate than LGBTQ youth in general, and much higher than of course much higher, exponentially higher than the youth population in general. And I think that was something that a lot of folks who otherwise supported the bill, they kind of came to understand that, perhaps if they hadn't known that before, they do now, in part because I think there was this expert testimony, and also because there was a very loud protest on Thursday, which we covered. A lot of groups here, and they pushed back. It made them very visible, I think, here at the Capitol. Very visible as well as very
audible.
Yes.
we showed the packages that you produced after the Thursday rally. We showed that right at the beginning of our coverage here this evening for the final hour. So if our listeners or our viewers have been sticking with us since the beginning, they saw that package earlier. But if you're just joining us, we're here for the Legislature today's the final hours. We're here for about another hour and a half, following along. Both chambers are actually in a short recess at the moment. They're supposed to be up to 10:30. We'll see when they come back in. I anticipate a fair amount of back and forth over the next hour and a half. Curtis, what's the activity level? What's the feeling out there on in the halls between the two chambers?
Well, there's just really not a whole lot going on right now. It's hard to say what else might happen. I mean, the chambers have kind of been alternately, in and out, and in various committees, and so I'm not really sure. I see folks walking past us right now, so everything's kind of in flux.
Our studio there in the Senate reception area, and we appreciate the Senate giving us that floor space, but is kind of right in the middle of a path that people walk through, and there's a lot of activity. We've laughed earlier this session several times when people have walked through the set or in the background, and you hear them talking, or I remember one particular episode. It sounded like somebody dropped boxes in the middle of an interview we were doing from the set. Anything else you care to add right now?
Well, I don't really think so. I think there's, again, like you said, about an hour and a half or so left, and
sounds good. We're going to actually show another quick package, and I think we've got another interview lined up with one of our legislators, but we're going to show you another story. Actually, it's another Randy Owie story. Actually, credit to Randy. He loves doing these kind of stories about the various days and various events. So we're going to show you a quick package that Randy did earlier this session on the Adopt a Stream program.
The House passed Senate Bill 143, the Adopt a Stream bill, unanimously. The legislation sets up a statewide initiative similar to the successful Adopt a Highway program. In West Virginia, there are currently 25,000 volunteers who have been responsible for removing more than 40 million pounds of litter since the highway program began. Delegate Jonathan Pinson, a Republican from Mason County, hopes to do the same with waterways. He lives by streams and the Ohio River. He says the Adopt a Stream program will not only help remove the embarrassing trash, old building materials, tires, and whatnot from our many smaller waterways, it will help reduce erosion and flooding.
When we start to see that different passages have been blocked, different culverts have been blocked because of tires and trash, that does create localized flooding. Furthermore, this is going to allow us, as we continue to focus on tourism, as we continue to look at economic growth and development of West Virginia, we do not have to say, hey, come here, plant your business, move here, bring your family, please forgive our garbage in the stream.
Pinson says the mechanism for managing Adopt a Highway will be adapted to Adopt a Stream. The bill has passed the Senate and House and now goes back to the Senate for final approval. For the Legislature Today, I'm Randy Yohe.
Thanks for that, Randy. I understand now we're going to speak to Senator Ryan Weld. Chris Schultz, I believe you got the interview for us with Senator Weld.
That's right, Eric. I'm joined now by Senator Ryan Weld. Thank you so much for being here.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
And we obviously can't ignore the second guest that we have on the show. Can you tell us a little bit about who's with you?
So Ava is a retired Greyhound from Wheeling Downs. My wife and I adopted her in 2020, and she has come down. This is her third session. She's the Senate's therapy dog.
Oh,
and so
wonderful.
there was a lot of demand to have Ava back here tonight. So my wife brought her down.
That's so great. And I mean, maybe, just maybe, you might be needing a little bit about that therapy, because one of your bills, I mean, for lack of a better term, I know this isn't the official title, but the TikTok ban is being bounced back and forth between the chambers right now. What can you tell us about that bill?
It is. So, when we sent it over to the House, it had a very narrow exception for where it could be used on a state network or a state computer, and that was with law enforcement. A lot of states that have enacted a ban on that type of program put the law enforcement stipulation in there, because people will use that to locate missing children or a missing person. And so that was the only exception, is we sent it over to the House. It came back to us with some very large exceptions. And once you put the app on a network, it can do what it's going to do. It can collect the information, collect the data that it's going to do. And so by having it on so many computers, through the exceptions that the House put into it, we just didn't think that it truly accomplished the goal, because you're not giving our state security officer really the ability to regulate the state's networks.
And so more broadly, can you just tell us why exactly you want to get TikTok off of government devices, excuse me?
So, there have been security concerns about TikTok going back 3 years at this point in time. And what I used to do in the Air Force, I was an intel officer. So this kind of thing I find to be extremely interesting, fascinating, really because the concerns about TikTok are that it pulls data that it's not supposed to from a user's phone, or it can track somebody's location. There was a story 3-4 months ago about 2 writers here in America who were writing about security concerns regarding TikTok, and they found that TikTok was using the app on their phone to geolocate where they were at in order to try to find who their sources were and whether or not they were a TikTok employee. The federal government enacted a ban for TikTok being on their devices. Several other states have already done so. There are those security concerns. TikTok is owned by ByteDance, which is a Chinese tech company. Mm-hmm. And under Chinese law, the communist government there can access any of the data that ByteDance has possession of. They can require them to collect more data than they're supposed to. And so that truly is the concern.
So, I mean, you mentioned these expanded exceptions. Obviously, you laid out the case for law enforcement. Does that include some of our government entities? Like, I know the Department of Tourism has a TikTok account, for example. Would you allow for that as well?
No, they wouldn't have been able to do so.
Okay.
If somebody had it on their private phone, but not using it on a state network, they would have been able to. But again, if that's why we were trying to narrowly tailor that to the public safety purpose. Because once you've got it on the network, then it has the ability potentially to jump out in that network and collect data from other systems.
Right.
So that's was our concern there.
Yeah, certainly very interesting. I do want to switch over just briefly. You are the chair of the military committee.
Yep.
And just this morning we had a very interesting bill pass, or was it a resolution? Help me out here. Honoring the veterans of this state in our more recent wars against terrorism.
Yes, so we passed legislation. We changed it a little bit over here in the Senate, but I think the House has concurred on the changes. There's so many bills that I'm trying to track today that would have created a commission to design and build a monument here on the Capitol grounds for West Virginians who were killed during the War on Terror. The War on Terror encompasses places like Afghanistan, Iraq, other places around the world. I served in Afghanistan, and I think that it's very fitting. We have monuments to wars that have happened in the past, and this is the most recent one to affect West Virginia. By my count, and it's the best data that I could find, West Virginia has lost around 31 people during the War on Terror. I mean, think of it. That's 31 families who have an empty seat at Thanksgiving or on Christmas. And I was very, very fortunate to come home and not be counted amongst those. And a lot of my friends were able to come home and not be counted amongst those. But the ones that paid the ultimate sacrifice are the ones that I think that we have to remember the most. And so I was happy to get that bill out of the Senate, and I'm sure that the House is taking it up. I'm hopeful that they have. But I think it's something that's very fitting for those West Virginians we've lost.
Yeah, so you're obviously coming into this evening with a bit of a victory. Besides the TikTok bill, is there anything else that you're still keeping your eye on?
No, everything that I was keeping my eye on,
it's been an efficient session.
Well, today was very busy. I had one big thing today that I wanted to see get across the finish line, and that was I had a bill regarding high school athletes and retaining their athletic eligibility when they transfer high schools. Right now, you don't get to keep that eligibility when you transfer for the most part. You have to sit out for a year. And so I had a bill this year that we shipped over to the House, but it came out of House Education and then was parked for some reason on the House calendar. And so it's kind of the death knell to a bill over there. And so I amended it into another bill, a House bill that came over here. I amended that bill into it, and it went over there and was adopted today on I think with 69 yes votes. So I'm glad to see that. And I think it really creates an opportunity for high school athletes, high school students across the state of West Virginia to maximize the opportunities that are available to them. And I was very glad to see that pass because students don't always transfer for athletic reasons. Yeah. By and large, it's because of an academic or another reason.
Right.
And so just because a student transfers to another school because they like smaller classrooms or it's a better math program, they shouldn't have to not be able to play volleyball for a year.
Absolutely.
So I think it just makes perfect sense.
I think that's interesting. We often discount extracurriculars, but it's such an important part of the experience for students.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
How else would you make friends? There are other ways to make friends, but that's a big part of making friends at your new school.
Yeah, absolutely. I did want to ask you, just before you and I sat down, my colleague Curtis was on here talking about 2007. You ultimately voted in favor of the amendment that Senator Takubo proposed last night.
I did, yes.
Can you tell me anything about your thought process in ultimately voting for that amendment?
I think it just clarified exactly what the bill does and doesn't do. Gender dysphoria is a severe mental illness. There was no dispute of that fact. And so we wouldn't, if somebody was suffering from schizophrenia or bipolarism, we wouldn't deny them the medication they needed to help them work through that mental illness. And so I think that it was important to clarify on this issue that if someone is suffering from a severe mental illness, and this is the medication that will help them, the suicide rates and people suffering from this are astronomical. And so if we can clarify the law to ensure that those individuals have access to the medication that will help prevent them from taking their own lives, then I think we should. And I think that that was not in line with what the goal of the bill was, and I think that clarified that. And I think at the end of the day, we had a piece of legislation, as you can see, passed through the Senate by a pretty healthy margin. I think it had maybe 2 no votes, and on the House, they accepted the amendment that we had adopted last night, I think with 89 or 90 votes. And so I think everyone saw that did not affect the intent of the legislation and clarify that these people will still be able to get the mental health treatment that they're looking for.
Absolutely. Now, Senator, I know that it's been a long night and there's still quite a bit of a ways to go. I want to let you go, maybe get a bite to eat. But I did want to ask you one thing. You are the majority whip. What does a whip do?
So if you're anything like my mom, you think it's a very cool title, but you don't know what it does.
Right.
And so is the whip, I count votes. You know, we've only got 60 days to be here, and so if we don't have 18 votes to pass something, we're not going to waste our time on it. And so I don't care how people vote. It's not my job to tell you how to vote. I just need to know where you're going to vote. Please don't surprise me, because if you say that you're going to vote yes, and then you change your mind, and now we only have 17 votes, we've wasted our time. And so that's my job, is just to count the yeas and the nays.
Well, Senator, we're certainly going to be watching the TikTok bill to see where that goes tonight. I don't doubt that. And I do want to thank you, as well as Ava, so much for being on the show with us this evening.
Our pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Eric, back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Chris. I have to say I'm jealous that I don't have a service dog here on the set with me hanging out. I was laughing at Ava. I think she was getting tired of the interview, though, and was ready to move on.
She gets around the building much quicker.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what a treat. Not all of us can meet Baby Dog, but I guess we might have an opportunity to meet another one of our four-footed companions here in the state.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Chris.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So we're still waiting. Both chambers, obviously with the Senate Majority Whip on the studio with us, the Senate is not back in, but the House is also still in recess. They were supposed to come back in about 10 minutes ago, but we don't see any indication of where they are or when they're coming back. It could be any moment now. We just really don't know. So we're waiting. Actually, I hear Chris in my ear. Let's go back to Chris for just a minute, if we can. I'm throwing a loop to my control room guys. There we go. There's Chris.
Hi, everybody.
So, Chris. Actually, what's your? We're filling a little time here for a moment, but this is your first session. This is the first time you've covered, and for what it's worth, this is the first time in about 3 years that we've covered the legislature 5 days a week with the legislature today. So
it's easy to forget that sometimes, but I believe last year you were doing it 1 day a week.
We did it on Fridays last week, so we only did 8 or 9 shows. I kind of forgotten exactly how many now. And this year we did 42. So, but I want your perspective. Tell me what it was like as you're not a new reporter. You've been around this game a number of years yourself already.
I actually haven't, Eric. This is only my 4th year as a full-time reporter.
All right. Well, you've still got a few scars after 4 years, but what's your perspective on covering the legislature and here at Public Broadcasting? We do TV with the legislature today. We also do radio and we do web, so we're hitting all 3 channels. So give me your thoughts on being a fairly new reporter covering the legislature.
Well, maybe next year we can add semaphore or smoke station.
Something else, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Eric, to answer your question, I do think it's been a very unique experience, producing and being on television for the first time, and so much. I mean, I really have to thank the woman who's standing just behind the camera in front of me, Jan Kanicki. She's been an amazing teammate, for lack of a better term, a collaborator. I mean, I really, excuse me, I really would not have made it this far without her. And I'm getting a little choked up because it is true. But as far as actually covering these issues, I think it's something that nobody else really does the way that we do. And I don't mean to brag, but these things, they get so complicated and so technical. I was just speaking to Senator Caputo, and I told him quite honestly, he's stood up several times on the floor to talk about issues that affect labor in the state. And these are complex issues about unemployment, and there's a lot of numbers involved. And at the end of the day, we have to leave it to the experts like him to really help guide us through those issues. And so I've found that to be the most interesting aspect. Really hearing from these legislators and the dialogue and the conversation that we often have around our lawmakers in this country and really around the world can be a little denigrating sometimes, but I do have to give them credit. A lot of them are subject experts to such a degree, and you and I were joking a little bit earlier about Trump's verbosity, but that comes from a place of understanding and a place of real deep knowledge that he has on a lot of these topics. So it really has surprised me to recognize how lucky we are in this state to have such intelligent people stewarding some of these things. Now, that being said, there's a lot that frustrates in this process. Things can be a little opaque sometimes. There's a lot of things, especially, that efficiency that we were talking about before, it comes at a certain price of clarity. We don't always know how or why certain bills made it as far as they did or didn't make it as far as they did. This Senate is a supermajority. I believe that's true of the House as well. There are 34 Senate members. I've been covering the Senate, so I'll speak to them specifically. 31 of them are Republicans, and they meet every single morning at 7:30, and they basically set the stage and prep everything for the day. So that does concern me. I have to be honest with you that we are not privy, neither ourselves nor the public are privy to those conversations that ultimately are going to determine the laws that affect all of us. And we do get to see snippets of it on the floor. We do get to see snippets of it in committee. But it oftentimes does feel like we are feeding on scraps, to be perfectly honest with you, Eric.
You're right, Chris, and we've heard, well, all of my life, and I'm certainly significantly older than you are, but all of my life we've heard about backroom deals and that kind of thing. Some of that's necessary, some of that's just the process, but there are definitely times when we wish it could be all out in the open, that we could really know what's going on. That's our job, and the other State House reporters, we probably have one of the biggest presences up there, but there are a number of good reporters, sorry, shouldn't say it that way, a number of fantastic reporters.
Yes, absolutely. We've had many of them on the show this year. I think we've been very lucky to be able to pull in almost everyone. I think we missed one Mountain State Spotlight reporter, and with apologies to PR Lockhart, we would have loved to have had her on the show, but I mean, we are in rarefied company up here. I do have to agree with you on that.
Yeah, and there are days just about every day for the legislative session. We've gathered in my office. 4 or 5 of us have gathered in my office to discuss what's going on for the day, and sometimes absolutely we're looking at Twitter. What did Stephen Allen Adams talk about overnight? What did Brad McElhenney talk about overnight? So we all kind of feed off of each other and see what we missed, because what we said, as you mentioned, we had our reporter roundtables every Friday evening, where we brought in Capitol reporters to discuss. What we've said with that every time is we can't cover it all, so we kind of rely on each other, and we ask them what they're working on, what they're seeing. And the great thing about that too is everybody's willing to share and talk about and discuss what they've seen or what they've heard. So,
yeah, Eric, you were asking me about what has this process been like for me being a first timer, and I have to say it's been very refreshing. I've never seen journalism as a competitive sport, to put it in terms that others may understand, and it's been very reassuring and refreshing to hear the same from other reporters. We're not in competition. We all have the same ultimate goal of keeping the public informed and keeping an eye on, as I said before, the laws that are going to impact all of us for the next year and years to come. So I am eternally grateful for all of my colleagues, both in West Virginia Public Broadcasting and in the press corps at large, for all of the work that they've done this year.
There's been, I was kind of counting it up in my head. I think we filed somewhere over 200 stories.
Really?
Just in the 60 days that are just specifically about the legislature. And we've tried, of course, to file stories about other things going on.
Sometimes Shepard Snyder.
Shepard Snyder, our Eastern Panhandle reporter, has been carrying a lot of the load this session. He's about the only reporter who's not been watching the legislature full time, so he's been picking up a whole bunch of other stories, which is great for him. But big shout outs to Shepard for filling in those gaps. All right, Chris, thanks, and get back to work. Go track down some legislators and see what's going on.
Absolutely, I'll be talking to you soon, Eric.
All right, thanks. All right, so what we're going to do now, we're still kind of in a holding pattern. Both chambers are still in recess. It's about 10 to 11, but both of them were supposed to be back in about 10:30. I'm sure there's something going on that then we'll see for what the last hour looks like. What I want to do, though, is now show you a story that our Assistant News Director, Caroline McGregor, produced earlier this session. Actually, we started working on it before the session even started, about flooding in West Virginia. You know, that's a major issue, and it remains a major issue. We sometimes don't see, and to be frank, didn't see a lot of movement in this session about efforts to control flooding or make flooding less damaging to the state. So we're going to show this package that Caroline McGregor put together about flooding in the state and some of the issues around it.
Despite state and federal flood protection programs and projects, flooding has become West Virginia's most widespread natural disaster.
We lived here for 35, 40 years, and we never dreamed this would happen. I don't want to leave. It's home.
In 2016, the state recorded one of the deadliest floods on record. Heavy rainfall has destroyed communities and lives. Flooding is now affecting all 55 counties and 32 major watersheds within the state. In July, Governor Jim Justice declared a state of emergency in McDowell County following excessive rainfall that left millions of dollars in damage to buildings, bridges, and roads. Just 1 month later, volunteer firefighter Clayton Young and his wife, who live in the small town of Cedar Grove, were awakened to discover Kelly's Creek, right across the road from their home, had spilled its banks and water was rapidly creeping toward their front doorstep.
It started at, say, I think around 1 or 1:30. The chief and I responded in personal vehicles because we're close and we couldn't find anything. It was maybe a slight drizzle, maybe just starting to sprinkle.
Clayton said he returned home to get some sleep before being awakened to an urgent phone call from the fire chief.
And of course, once I did answer, he said, you got to get up. He said the creek is over the road.
When he looked out of his front door, the water was already 2 feet high. Too late to try to leave, Clayton communicated with the chief on the radio while keeping an eye on the water level. When it reached the top of the porch, he and his wife moved what they could to the upper level of the house.
My wife had recently had surgery and was unable to walk, so when it got to the top step, that's when we grabbed the computer and we made ourselves up to the second floor.
The couple turned down an offer of a water rescue, instead deciding to sit tight and wait it out. The water receded within 3 hours, but the front yard was left with a huge sandbar filled with debris and firewood. The Youngs had a nasty surprise when their insurance company refused to cover all the damage.
It took $15,000 to put a new furnace in here, new furnace and ductwork, and they depreciate it 50%, so it cost me $15,000. They deduct $7,500. So.
If Cedar Grove meets the threshold for FEMA monies, Clayton hopes money will be available to him to replace personal items not covered by his insurance. He also hopes the town can get money to rebuild damaged infrastructure and dredge creeks still lined with debris and fallen trees. Senator Glenn Jeffries, a Republican from Putnam County, says the State Resiliency Office was formed to address disasters like the flooding in August along Upper Kanawha tributaries. In September, the Joint Legislative Committee on Flooding discussed steps to stem the effects of flooding within the state.
We found out in 2016 with the flooding that happened, it was about programming, having programs in place to be able to address the flooding.
Jeffrey said the Joint Legislative Committee on Flooding is helping. He says the state is also working with Pew Charitable Trust on research to determine specific areas of focus. Jeffries advises homeowners without insurance or financial aid to reach out locally first. Reports show that climate change is made worse by burning fossil fuels. But Jeffries said West Virginia will always be a coal-producing state.
Even though that we are diversifying our state, and I do acknowledge that fossil fuel, the usage of it is being reduced, but we still have to mine the coal. We need the steel. We have to have the coal for the steel. And we have to have the coal to be able to operate our baseload power plants.
Kanawha County Commission President Kent Carper said disaster relief for West Virginia means relying less on government and communities more on each other.
We're experiencing and have experienced some very unusual severe weather patterns. Some people blame this or that on it, but the fact of the matter is we have to put up with it.
Carper believes Congress's flood mitigation program is underfunded.
It's just about non-existent now. The flood insurance is becoming so unaffordable, people won't take it.
FEMA requires certain thresholds to be met before handing out disaster aid to states. Carper says there's too much government red tape.
I don't think the federal government understands their thresholds. They base it upon population, they base it upon amount of damage, and they distinguish between roads and things that have been paid for with federal dollars. I mean, it's just what you'd expect out of the federal government. There's more stipulations, more red tape, and frankly, the rules don't make any sense to me.
Carper said Governor Justice and the state have done a good job with helping in recovery efforts.
You know, you see someone flood and your heart goes out to them. You're like, man, those poor people, you know. But until you've been involved in it, you can't imagine what it entails, you know.
Reporting for the Legislature today, I'm Caroline McGregor in Charleston.
Thanks for that, Carolina. That's a great piece, but it's also a serious issue that we face here. There were some limited flooding just in the last month here in West Virginia, so it's something that we need to work on. The next, I want to go back to our studio. I'll report again that both chambers are still in recess, so we're waiting to see what they do when they come back. But I'm going to go back to our studio now to talk to Emily Rice. She's our Appalachia Health News reporter here at West Virginia Public Broadcasting. Hi, Emily. How are you doing?
Hi, Eric. Doing well. How are you?
All right. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm getting tired, actually.
A little bit.
All right. As I talked about with Chris a second ago, this is also your first time covering the legislature for us. You weren't at it full time, though. You were working a number of other things, but as the Appalachia Health News reporter, your job is specifically looking at legislation that affects the health lives of West Virginians. Talk about some of the bills that you've been covering.
Absolutely. So there's a lot, which is my copious notes that Randy mentioned yesterday, but some bills that actually just got action this evening would be the cap on insulin costs that is now headed to the governor's desk. And that came about through, the rising cost of insulin. It's been discussed at length. A lot of people, or legislators, argued that, the free market would push the prices down naturally. It had not. So they went ahead and passed that today. Another bill that got some movement this evening was sexual contact between students and teachers. That was taken up this evening and moved back to the Senate for their consideration. So that ping pong effect that we've been talking about.
I think we were watching, actually. We were fortunate enough to be on the House when they discussed that. I think the Senate amended it. The House chose to concur. So I think I am not sure if it was completed legislation or if there's still a little final record keeping, but I think that one's just about done. There was some concern. The House had wanted to expand it to 19 and 20-year-olds who were in post-secondary education, and the Senate had limited it to just high school, high school and below that, sexual contact between a teacher and a student. But I think the House finally did agree that was acceptable for now. We might come back next year and fine-tune it. And actually, I was relieved too, or not relieved. Well, I was pleased to see personally just the insulin bill, because that is an important bill for a lot of West Virginians. It's been discussed both at the federal level and at the state level. I remember some discussion during some of the floor debates that there was some. One of the major manufacturers has voluntarily reduced the price of insulin on their own. There's even some discussion, well, we can just tell them to send all our people to them, but there was some discussion that it was still important for the state of West Virginia to mandate that $35 a month maximum out of pocket for insulin use.
Absolutely. They did land on that figure.
All right. Are there any other bills that you've been paying attention to?
Obviously, as Curtis Tate spoke so eloquently about House Bill 2007, And then also we got some action within the child marriage bill today, which we've also already discussed. But we're also relocating some CPS workers by population. That one had a little bit of discussion this evening as to which counties, which CPS workers would be leaving to cover. So yeah, there's a lot still up in the air. Still trying to make those final decisions.
That reminds me, one topic I did want to discuss with you real quick. I see the House is back in, so we're going to switch to them in just a second, but I want to ask you one question first. One major piece of legislation that we saw go through this session was splitting up the DHHR into 3 separate entities. I know you've done some reporting on that. So kind of give me the 30-second version of what has happened to the DHHR.
Well, we could start with the McChrystal report, and that has all of its explanations, but I want to let you all get back to the House. So there's been legislation, there's been discussion of splitting up the DHHR and what a huge organization it is, and they've landed on 3 different divisions, and each division will have its own secretary, and those changes will take place in January 2024. So we'll actually see that separation during the fiscal year that we're legislating right now.
So as I understand it, there's going to be instead of the Department of Health and Human Resources, there'll be a Department of Health and then Human Resources, which encapsulates a lot of the child protective services and adult protective services that you mentioned a moment ago. And then there'll be a third one for health facilities, which is state-run hospitals like Sharp and a couple of the other mental health facilities in the state that are run by the state of West Virginia.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, great. Thanks, Emily. We're going to shift now back to the House of Delegates. They're in, and Speaker Henshaw is back at the podium.
The 71st moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment with further amendment and title amendment on House Bill 3035. Is there a debate on the motion? Is there a debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 93 ayes, 2 nays, and 5 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3035 relating generally to high-quality education programs and school operations.
Are there further title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Does the clerk have Senate messages at this time?
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment and title amendment committee substitute for House Bill 3135 to modify the salaries of the governor and constitutional officers beginning January 1st, 2025.
The message will be received. Ladies and gentlemen, the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amendments, rather than what we passed out with the governor's salary at $180,000 and other constitutional officers at $115,000, the Senate amendment would instead set those salaries at the amounts paid to certain federal employees pursuant to 2 different federal employee pay schedules beginning in 2025. The governor would be paid the rate paid federal employees who are grade 15, step 10 under the salary table for locality pay area of the rest of the U.S. as published by the United States Office of Personnel Management at the beginning of each year of the governor's term. The other constitutional officers would be paid the rate paid to federal employees who are grade 15, step 4 under the salary table general schedule increase tabled by the United States Office of Personnel Management at the beginning of each year of their terms. However, Article 7, Section 19 of the Constitution provides that those constitutional officers' salaries may not be increased or diminished during their official terms. You have before you further amendments that the Senate amendments to the Senate amendments that allow all these constitutional officer salaries to be set at the beginning of their terms by those federal employee salary schedules, but prevents those salaries, once fixed, from being increased or diminished during their terms of office as required by the Constitution. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur with the Senate amendments with further amendment and title amendment.
The gentleman from the 8th moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment with further amendment and title amendment on committee substitute for House Bill 3135. Is there debate on the motion? Is there debate on the motion? Gentleman of 79th, Delegate Hansen is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman from the 8th yield? You mentioned that the salaries would be tied to grade 15, step 10 for
Yes.
the governor. What are some examples of those positions?
For an example, 2023 rate for the governor would be $177,978.
And what type of job is that in the federal government?
What kind of job would that be? We don't know.
Okay, I was also going to ask about the grade 15, step 4, but I assume the same answer. Or maybe you do know what those are.
I don't know what the jobs are, but I can tell you what, I can give you an example of what the salary would be.
Okay.
Okay, as of this year, the salary rate would be $129,269.
Okay, and you mentioned that they couldn't change during someone's term in office, so would they just be recalculated every time a new person takes that position?
Every 4 years. Not necessarily when a new person takes the position, but every 4 years.
Every 4 years, after every election?
Yes, gentlemen,
Okay.
would be correct.
That makes sense. And could they go up and down, or from a practical perspective, they only go up?
It would be recalculated every 4 years. It could either go up or down.
Okay.
Is that correct? Yep.
So essentially, we're removing the ability of
Sorry, we're going to break in for just a minute. We're going to break in for just a minute. We have the opportunity to do another interview, and the legislators are busy going back and forth. So Randy Yohe is in the studio with Delegate Garcia. We're going to switch to that for just a few minutes and then get back to the House debate.
Thanks very much, Eric. I am here with Delegate Joey Garcia from Marion County, and I guess they're talking about the governor's pay raise, so I'll let you get back there. But you just stood up recently and fought hard to make sure that a bill passed that almost wasn't going to pass to help our young people when it came to sexual predators. Tell me about that.
So there's a couple, but I think that's been some of the legislation I've been most proud of this year. Really, there's two things that we've done. One today that we did that I spoke about on the House floor was a bill that made it a felony if a teacher or a coach would have sexual relations with a minor, actually somebody who's 18 though, but still in high school, or could even be up to somebody who's 21 if they're a special needs student. So I think that was an important bill to protect children. But House Bill 3018, this was the child marriage bill, and I tell you what, Kayla Young sits right beside me. She's a delegate from Kanawha County. She just did a tremendous job and is an absolute superstar in trying to get an idea like that, which is just, it's incredible that we still have and that we have had children as young as under the age of 12 that could get married in the state of West Virginia. And so now there's some protections that I think are going to really help in almost all the situations where someone that's young can be taken advantage of.
Anything that really didn't happen this session that you should have? What's one you can point out?
Something that didn't happen that should have, the correctional officer pay raise and other correctional employees. We had a bill in the House that we passed through the Jails and Prisons Committee, and we heard about just the difficulty that we're having right now in prisons and jails in trying to recruit and keep people. And so it was a $10,000 pay raise, but it never made it out of the Finance Committee. And unfortunately, I think a lot of what some of the needs the state has had this year were very closely tied, at least the result was closely tied to having a tax cut done. And I thought the people needed some type of tax reform this year. I ended up voting for that bill, but the delay in getting to a solution really prevented us from doing some of the most important things, and I think correctional officers is one example.
good example. You've been very eloquent on the floor. You stand up for your causes very strongly. We appreciate that. Delegate Garcia, thanks for being with us. Have a great after session, if you will.
Thank you very much.
All right, Eric, back to you.
Thanks for that, Randy. I just wanted to make a note that the House actually did pass those amendments to the governor and the Board of Public Works pay raise. I'm not 100% sure, just trying to follow along with everything going on. I'm not sure if it goes back to the Senate now or if it's completed legislation. I'll check on that and confirm here in a few minutes. But we're going to shift now to the Senate. I see Senator Eric Tarr from Putnam County is up speaking, so we're going to shift to the Senate and see what they're working on.
Of our railroad system so that we don't have further West Virginians at risk of derailment in their communities. I urge adoption.
Is there further discussion? Senior Senator from 17.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just so the members know, since this is an originating resolution from the floor, Senate Resolution 50, all members will be sponsors of the resolution unless you don't want to. If you do not want to be a sponsor, please let the clerk's office know.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question is on adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. Okay.
Reports from standing committees.
Reports from standing committees.
Your Committee on Rules has had under consideration engrossed House Bill 3199 relating to removing the requirement that an ectopic pregnancy be reported. Now on third reading with the right to amend, having been re-referred to the Committee on Rules on March 2nd, 2023. And report the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Craig Blair, Chair ex officio.
Report will be received. Senior Senator from 17.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a third time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed House Bill 3199 relating to removing the requirement that an ectopic pregnancy be reported. Third reading of the bill. The bill is advanced to third reading with the right to amend.
Question is, are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Question now is on passage of the bill. Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of this bill is to modify reporting requirements for ectopic pregnancy. The bill adds a provision at the end of the abortion reporting requirements that states that the section does not apply to treating an ectopic pregnancy. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question is on passage of the bill. All those shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Get my voice back. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results. On this question, 23 yeas, 8 nays, 3 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. Clerk has the title amendment. Senior Senator from 17.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage. Request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from 17 moves the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 23 yeas, 8 nays, 3 absent, not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Okay, the message to the members here. We're going to be at ease. Don't leave the room. We're waiting for messages to come from the House. And when they do, we are going to take them up immediately. So we're not going to recess or anything like that. Just, Senate will be at ease, but don't go anywhere.
The Senate is at ease. They've finished all the bills that they plan to take up at this point. They're waiting on messages from the House, so we're going to go over to the House and see what's going on over there.
The chair declares the previous question ordered. Does the gentleman of 61st wish to close debate on the motion? If not, the question is, shall the motion be adopted? Those in favor of the gentleman's motion that the House concur in the Senate amendments on House Bill 3354 will please vote. Is the demand sustained? Is the demand for a roll call vote sustained? Demand is sustained. Those in favor of the gentleman's motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 41 ayes, 54 nays, and 5 members absent. Less than a majority in favor. Chair declares the motion lost. Clerk will please report the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message. Are there other Senate messages at this time? If not, clerk has the availability of a conference committee report. Chair recognizes first the gentleman from the 8th, Delegate Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee of conference on the disagreeing votes of the two houses as to the amendment of the Senate to the committee substitute for House Bill 3302, having met after full and free conference, have agreed to recommend and do recommend to their respective houses as follows: that the Senate recede from its amendment, striking everything after the enacting clause, and that both houses recede from their respective positions as to the title of the bill and agree to a new title. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the conference committee report.
The gentleman from the 8th, Delegate Kelly, moves that the House adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 3302. Is there discussion on the gentleman's motion? Is there discussion on the motion? If not, the question is on the adoption of the conference committee report. Those in favor of adoption of the report will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the conference committee report adopted. Before the House now is House Bill 3302. Is there debate on the bill? The question is, shall the bill pass? Shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 94 ayes, 0 nays, and 6 members absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3302 to recognize unborn child as distinct victim in a DUI causing death.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Gentleman of the 68th for a conference committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your conference committee on House Bill 3261 has met and after full and free conference have agreed to the following. One, that the Bureau of Social Services may employ persons who do not hold a social worker's license and who are not on the social work register.
We're going to check back in with the Senate. The next 45 minutes is going to be a lot of back and forth. We're going to check in with the Senate. Senator Tom Takubo, the majority leader, speaking.
The Senate refused to concur in the House amendments to Senate amendments to House Bill 3153 and request the House to recede therefrom. Is there discussion, Senior Senator from the 17th?
Well, I just feel it's the right thing to do, Mr. President.
That worked. Is there further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is the Senate refused to concur in the House amendments to the Senate amendments to House Bill 3153 and request the House to recede therefrom. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Senate will be at ease again.
And we're going to shift back to the House of Delegates. The Senate is at ease, just waiting on messages from the Senate.
Bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3261 relating to social workers' qualifications.
Are there title amendments? Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Clerk has the availability of the conference committee report. Clerk will please present the report.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has adopted the conference committee report and passed the bill as amended by the report for Senate Bill 617 relating to intellectual and development disabilities waiver program workforce study.
That report will be received. Lady from 73rd, Douglas Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I know the hour is late, your conference committee on Senate Bill 617, after a full and free conference, were able to overcome a challenge of the chairs of health to agree to the following. The agreement codifies the independent mental health ombudsman and provides that individuals with the power to investigate and resolve complaints filed on behalf of a consumer of a mental health facility and psych hospital. It requires LOCRA to conduct a workforce study that addresses specific factors related to personal pay in the IDD waiver program. This study shall address the hourly pay of different IDD program personnel categories in this state and in surrounding states. The study is due prior to the 2024 legislative session. Further, BMS shall conduct an annual study reviewing the adequacy of reimbursement rates to the IDD program providers, and BMS recommend any adjustments to those rates based on the finding. This report shall be due beginning July 1st, 2024 and annually thereafter. This bill removes outdated sections and terminology from the code. Finally, I'm thankful to the pseudo leader, John Williams of the super minority, for assisting in coming to the compromise. And Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption of the conference committee report.
The question is on the adoption of the conference committee report. Gentleman the 80th, Douglas Williams. House will be in order. Gentleman the 80th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just want to speak to the ladies' leadership and professionalism as well as Charlie's. That was a good conference committee, and I urge adoption.
Is there other debate on the adoption of the conference committee report? If not, the question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares the conference committee report adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 95 ayes, 0 nays, and 5 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 617 relating to intellectual and development disabilities waiver program workforce study.
Are there further title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Are there further Senate messages at this time? If not, the House will briefly stand at ease.
Is the Senate? Thank you all for sticking with us. It's 11:24. We're just kind of hanging in now. Right now, I've truly never seen this in the last hour of a legislative session, but effectively with just a few bills, it appears that both chambers are almost done with everything that they had planned to accomplish this session. Now they're just going back and forth with messages from the House to the Senate and from the Senate to the House. Both are standing at ease while they're waiting on messages to come back and forth. We've got 35 minutes left in the session. The key thing you'll hear at some point here, typically right at midnight, is that both chambers will commit to sine die, which means without day, literally in Latin, but it means that there's no more time left, and that's the final thing that they announce at midnight. They'll announce to small committees to tell each other that they've signed out sine die. That takes a few minutes after midnight. But come midnight, that's the last time that either chamber can take action as far as the regular legislative session. So we're just kind of waiting to see what they do next. Actually, we do have another piece that I think I'm going to show for you. Randy Yohe did a story about the Coalfield Development Corporation. This is something that Randy's been following since the last session when it was created, but at the time there was actually no money set aside for it. It's a program that's supposed to be helping the communities in the coal fields find other alternatives. They're still mining coal in West Virginia, but the number of coal miners has dramatically reduced over the recent years. So we're going to show you Randy's package on the Coalfield Development Corporation.
Deanna Howell says when she opened her Southern Pineapple Boutique on Madison's Main Street, complete with a tin ceiling from the old Boone County Lumber Company, she knew she wouldn't make a fortune. She says she set up shop here to give hope to what many see as hopeless.
Main Street, to me, when I was small, was so much fun. There were stores up and down the street, places to go to shop. You always saw your friends and families. Next door to where we are now used to be a department store, Ellis's department store. It was fantastic. It was two-sided. They had a shoe department.
Madison Mayor Buddy Hudson applauds Howell's pineapple persistence. His concern, it's just too little for too many big challenges on his revitalization list.
The top of my list would be some new storefronts on the main street of Madison so we could bring in new businesses, and then in turn would bring in tourism. We don't have the funds to take care of those dilapidated buildings that's on Main Street. We don't have any infrastructure in place to get new businesses on our Main Street area. So we're in need of financial, because of this coal severance tax in the city of Madison has been gone for the last 4 or 5 years.
Revitalizing Madison's Main Street is why the Coalfield Communities Grant Facilitation Commission was created. The Downtown Coal Heritage Museum's potential and needs align word for word with the Commission's mission. Beyond upgrading basic infrastructure, water, sewer, broadband, the Commission is charged with entertaining proposals to preserve or enhance buildings of local historic interest. Museum co-founder Larry Lodato says what once was their $25,000 annual share in coal severance tax funds has dwindled to $2,500.
If we don't get another penny, we've got enough money to survive another year here. Our mission statement says the museum is alive to preserve the past for future generations. And we have so much memorabilia in this museum, it's unreal. We got a lot of good things that date back to the 1800s. We've got the Battle of Blair Mountains memorabilia. We've got memorabilia from everywhere just about. And the people that bring their treasures in, they want to make sure that we're covered by insurance.
Locals like Lodato enjoy home-cooked lunches at the West Madison Grocery. Locals like former Boone County Sheriff and Delegate Rodney Miller, who knows the challenges involved in finding matching funds for federal and private grants.
If you don't have the basic money to operate on, how do you have that extra 10 to 20% to match up? Which, I mean, it's just simple math. If you don't have the money up front to match for those grant applications, it's not going to fly. And it's nothing extraordinary. It's a common sense approach.
Grocery owner Tony Young would like to expand his business and put some cabins up on the nearby land he owns for the Caulfield ATV trail riders desperate for lodgings.
We've got sewer and water problems, we've got drainage problems, we've got buildings that are abandoned that need to be fixed, and people just don't have the money to do that.
It's not just providing the matching funds for these revitalization grants. This commission is charged with providing expert training in applying for and administering the grants. And those are big jobs for small communities. Mayor Hudson says Madison EMS Director Steve Bias pulls double duty to write city grant proposals.
He writes our grants for simple things, like you said, they're not simple, but sidewalks and infrastructure, drains around our town, but he's a one-man show. He's the only one right now that knows how to write a grant that's on our team.
Bias says grant writing help will be invaluable to Caulfield community governments like Madison.
Tough. And I've been turned down for a lot of grants, but towns need help. I'm one person, I do several jobs, and there's just not enough time in the day for me to sit down and put the time into a grant that I need to. We have a swimming pool that has been vacant for years, and we wanted to turn it into a recreation area, but we just can't do it because we don't have the match to meet the monies or the grants that are out there. 80% of our storefronts now set vacant. Used to be this was a thriving town, but when you come into Madison, the first thing you see is a burnt building on the right, dilapidated buildings on the left.
Grocer Tony Young feels the pulse of this community firsthand.
You have the rivers, the streams, the hunting, fishing, kayaking. You can do all of that here, the Hatfield and McCoy trails. If we got the infrastructure to fix the problems that we have and revitalize the buildings that are here, help small guys like myself expand and grow their business bigger, it would bring people here. We've got a huge coal heritage or history here, and people want to come see it, but there's nothing to go with it. We need to make the town better.
Madison's mayor was not familiar with the Caulfield Communities Grant Facilitation Commission before our visit here. Now he has a clear understanding and a simple request.
I would just like to ask the governor to please do what you promised, because the city of Madison needs your help.
Thanks for that, Randy. That's the great report. I actually said the Caulfield Development Corporation. I misspoke on that. I apologize. We're going to go back to the Senate real fast. They're discussing the, looks like they're voting on the pay raises for the governor and the other constitutional officers.
In the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Senate will be at ease again. Senate will be back in order. Clerk has another message from the House.
The House concurred in the Senate amendment and amended the amendment as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 3035.
Message will be received, Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendment to the Senate's amendment to engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 3035.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the Senate concur in the House amendments to the Senate amendments to House Bill 3035. Is there discussion, Senior Senator from the 17th?
Thank you, Mr. President. This was a significantly compromised bill between the House and the Senate on the third Great Success to Act. The intent of the bill has not been changed. I urge adoption.
Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is the Senate concur in the House amendments to the Senate amendments on House Bill 3035. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results. On this question, 32 yeas, 0 nays, 2 absent, not voting. More than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House. Senator will be at ease for a few minutes. I've talked to the Speaker, and he's going to give me a call back before we actually close out. It does appear that we're close to being concluded.
Yeah. So, am I live? There I am. All right. It sounds like both chambers are actually finishing up early. I don't know that I actually wish Bob Brunder was still in the studio so I could ask him this question, but I don't know that I've ever seen both chambers finish early. But from what the Senate President Blair just said, it sounds like they're contemplating finishing up and going sine die. The House, we've been on the Senate, but the House is mostly congratulating and that sort of thing. I'm going to go to Randy Yohe one last time in the studio to kind of get his take on the session so far, or this closing out of this session. And Randy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
What do you think, Randy? Have you ever seen them end early?
Well, no, we really haven't. But there was, in the last couple of minutes, there's a lot of things that flew through. Your Third Grade Success Act, and I know that Chris has been talking with Amy Grady, who's standing right here, and we saw Hanshaw. He's the one for the last couple of years.
That's House Speaker Roger Hanshaw.
House Speaker Roger Hanshaw. I'm sorry, it got a little crazy here. But for the last couple of years, the Speaker has really tried to make sure that impetus was put on first, second, and third graders. And then, as we've talked about before, this has been ping-ponging back and forth for the past couple of days, and especially the past few hours. But it looks like that it has passed the way people wanted it. Is that about right? It came through? Yeah. Senator Amy Grady says yes, it came through the way they wanted. And then earlier, just before that, we had Bill 3302 passed, which is takes the life of an unborn child and makes sure that if there's a DUI accident causing death, that unborn child, embryo, or fetus is recognized as an individual. There was some contention on just causing death, or would it be causing serious physical injury? So I believe injury went in there as well, so they passed that as well. So there's just been quite a bit happening here, Eric.
You're absolutely right. There's been an awful lot going on. You alluded to Senator Grady. She's the Senate Education or chairwoman of the Senate Education Committee, newly installed this year. But yeah, just to back up for a second to the Third Grade Success Act, you and I and Chris actually attended the legislative look ahead, which is organized by the Press Association, but where Speaker Hanshaw and Senate President Blair came in and talked about their agenda for this upcoming session. This was 3 or 4 days before the session started, and that was one of the first things that Speaker Hanshaw spoke about. Was he wanted this Third Grade Success Act to get assistance in the classrooms and to emphasize reading and mathematics for kids up to the 3rd grade, because he showed pretty significant research that showed that that it drops off very quickly following 3rd grade. If they don't have it by 3rd grade, if the kids don't have it by 3rd grade, then they're really behind the 8 ball to try to get caught up. So that was a pretty significant thing, and we've all been wondering where it went. We haven't seen much about that bill in a while. I'm sure there was a lot of discussions going on behind the scenes that we weren't party to, but okay. We're actually going to go back to the studio now. We've switched reporters. To Chris Schultz. We've talked to Chris several times this evening. Chris has been covering the Senate, but he's also our education reporter when the session's not in. And so, Chris, let's get to you.
Thank you so much, Eric. I've got Senator Amy Grady, chair of the Senate Education Committee. You must be breathing, a huge sigh of relief right now. The Third Grade Success Act just passed the Senate. First of all, how are you feeling?
I've been holding my breath all day. So it was really nice to finally exhale and say, it's made it,
Yeah.
Because this to me is the single most important bill we've passed this entire session. It's going to make a huge difference in our schools. It's going to make a huge difference in the lives of our teachers and our students, and we're going to see tremendous growth. We're always focusing on those NAEP scores and how West Virginia is at the bottom, and this will truly help to bring that up. And I've tried to make sure everybody understands this isn't something we're going to see next year. We're not going to see improvements, great improvements, until probably 3 to 5 years out, but we have to give it the chance. So I'm really excited because, like I said, been holding my breath all day. Wasn't sure when we were going to see it, what was going to look like when it came back across. It has been a fight to get it to be what it needs to be, but it was worth it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know this was one of the first conversations that you and I had, I think maybe the second Education Committee meeting. We spoke afterwards and you kind of alluded to this bill, and then it started to develop pretty early on. And just this week, we've seen, as Randy was saying before, as Eric just mentioned, it kind of went away for a while, and then all of a sudden it roared back this week with, just so much back and forth. Can you tell us a little bit about that back and forth that you had this week?
I think the back and forth, Chris, was a lot of people all had their idea of what this bill should include, and I think everybody had the best of intentions for it. And I kept being persistent about the fact that this bill was started in October. I know House members focused a lot on the teachers' aides in the classrooms. That's the staffing portion of the bill. And I know Speaker Hanshaw has wanted that in our grades 1 and 2. For the last 2 or 3 years, we've had a bill where he's tried to do that. This, is grades 1, 2, and 3, but it does so much more than just putting an aide or an ECAT in the classroom. That's the staffing portion of it. This actually sets the tone for how we're going to provide instruction to our students in those grades to make sure that they are reading at a more proficient level.
I think the term that Superintendent David Roach has been using is the science of reading.
Yes.
Yeah. So I am curious, this was in, and I guess at this point the numbers don't matter, but I believe it was 274, Senate Bill 274, and now it's in 3035. Can you explain to me a little bit about how that transmogrification happened?
I can. So when Senate Bill 274, which was the original Third Grade Success Act, went over to House Education, we were anticipating it to pass easily. That was the communication that we had heard, and when I like to use the word gutted it, gutted the bill and put House Bill 3293 in it, which deals specifically with dyslexia. I was taken aback, wasn't aware that was going to happen. So I immediately started thinking, what do I have? What do I have in my committee that we can put it into, because it's so important? And obviously 3293 was important to them if they wanted to pass that. So I thought combining the two into the governor's bill, which is 3035, is a perfect vehicle.
And just before our listeners and our viewers get lost in the numbers, the second bill that you mentioned there was the dyslexia bill.
Yes.
And then 3035 was originally the Grow Your Own program. Where does that stand now?
We're going to have to hold off on that because this took so long to get to the point of passage. that the budget was already set, and the Grow Your Own program added an additional amount for that program. So we had to make sure that that had to be taken out, and we have to kind of set it to the side for next year. It would be a priority for me for next year. So hopefully we can make it a priority in finance as well.
So speaking of, I mean, talking about money specifically, this money was set aside a couple weeks ago, I think back in February, for the Grow Your Own. I mean, that was included in the Senate's budget bill, and just this week we saw it again. Senator Tarr highlighted it as part of the House budget bill that ultimately has made its way to the governor's desk. Were you at all concerned that that money would have to be repositioned?
Are you talking about for the
third grade success?
Okay, I'm sorry. You said the Grow Your Own program, so that confused me. But the Third Grade Success Act, yes, that was. Do you know how often the Senate Finance Chairman okays a $100 million price tag on a bill?
Not
so
often.
when that went through the first time, I thought, you don't look a gift horse in the mouth, and we absolutely. I was concerned because they had already worked out the budget, and I thought, okay. Why is this causing such concern? And maybe it's because everybody wanted to go out with a bang on the last night. I don't know, but I'm just so happy that it's through.
Well, I mean, a bang indeed. There's only a couple minutes left here. It seems that the House is doing something. So, Senator Grady, we're going to have to let you go. But thank you so much for taking the time to come over here and explaining this to us. Back to you, Eric, and back to the House.
Thanks for that, Chris. I appreciate it. Actually, let's look in on the Senate. They appear to be talking at the moment, but it's back and forth, back and forth. So let's flip to the Senate. I see Senator Takubo again.
Senate received from the amendments on House Bill 3354. Excuse me. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Question now is on passage of the bill as amended by deletion. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 31 yeas, 0 nays, 3 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Senator from Mercer, approach the podium, please.
We're looking at the Senate at the moment. Senator Blair is on the phone. We have another feed straight from the House of Delegates, and Speaker Henshaw is also on the phone. So the two men are talking to each other, probably discussing if there are any remaining bills left to go. We clearly can't hear them because they've muted their microphones at that point. But we're just kind of waiting now. We're in the final 12 minutes of the legislative session. It feels like there's not a whole lot left to do, but we're just going to have to wait at this point. And no, that's interesting. Senator Blair has stepped down from the podium, which usually means he would like to say something from the floor, and he's put his. Okay.
Senior Senator from 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our question is consent that the clerk notify the House of Delegates and the governor that the Senate has completed its labors and is ready to adjourn, sine die.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand adjourn, sine die.
The question before the Senate is that the Senate stand adjourned, sine die. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the Senate adjourned, sine die. Thank you.
As I've been saying, I've never quite seen this happen in this 10 minutes early. Looks like the House is still meeting. Let's see if we can flip over to there, but I assume they're about to do the exact same thing. And it looks like they're congratulating each other is what I see at the moment. But this is the final steps to closing out the 2023 legislative session. Yeah, let's just go to the House, please.
Joining us in completing a regular session here this year is a new House employee. Welcome Drew Constable, or thank Drew Constable tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, our calendar is clear. We have no additional items pending. Is there miscellaneous business to come before the House? If not, gentleman 96th.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Speaker be authorized to appoint a committee of 3 to notify the Senate that the House of Delegates has completed the business of this first regular session of the 86th Legislature and is ready to adjourn sine die.
The gentleman from 96th moves that the Speaker be authorized to appoint a committee of 3 to inform the Senate that the House has completed the business of this legislature and is ready to adjourn sine die. Those in favor of that motion will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. On that committee, the chair will appoint the gentleman of the 39th, Delegate Smith, gentleman of the 89th, Delegate Thorne, and the gentleman of the 52nd, Delegate Rowe. Gentleman from the 96th.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Speaker be authorized to appoint a committee of 3 to join with a similar committee of the Senate to inform the Governor that the Legislature has completed the business of the session and is ready to adjourn sine die.
Gentleman 96 moves that the Speaker be authorized to appoint a committee of 3 to inform His Excellency the Governor that the House has completed the business of this legislature and is ready to adjourn this session sine die. Those in favor of that motion will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. That motion is adopted. On that committee, the chair appoints the gentleman of 12th, Delegate Chris, gentleman from the 97th, Delegate Hardy, and the gentleman of 27th, Delegate Griffith. Gentleman from the 96th.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adjourn sine die.
The gentleman from 96th moves that the House adjourn this regular session of the legislature sine die. Those in favor of the motion will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Ladies and gentlemen, this session is adjourned sine die.
Thank you all for joining us for another final hours of the 2023 legislative session. It's been an interesting one. I don't know that I've ever seen this much downtime, I guess I would say, in a final hours, but that's an indication that both chambers were able to get a lot of their work done before this last section, and they've accomplished everything that they planned to accomplish. One last time, I've got Randy Yohe in the studio. Randy, I'm sure you're as tired as I am. I noticed when Chris was speaking to Senator Grady a moment ago, and then with Delegate Householder, excuse me, my apologies to the delegate, just a moment ago, everybody's voices are starting to crack. We're all getting tired and a little dry. What's the feeling down there at the Capitol?
Well, there's a feeling of jubilation. Everybody is tired, yes, but both Chris and I have been going around and talking to people about what was the best thing that happened and what still didn't get on the table. And of course, I talked to a dozen delegates, both Republican and Democrat, the tax reform. Everybody just is thrilled that after all these years, tax reform was accomplished. And then I talked to Delegate Amy Summers, the head of the Health Committee, and I said, a year ago at this time, we were lamenting over CPS workers and child care and foster care. And if you remember, then Senator Baldwin just almost broke down afterwards. And now I talked to Summers, I said, what's the difference? She goes, well, we think that DHHR is on the right track now. There's still a lot of work to do, she says, but she believes that some of our most vulnerable children are going to be a little better protected now, because not only are they going to break DHHR into 3 different sections, but there are a million safeguards in here, and there's a million ways that the administrators have a year and a half to get this together to make sure that each one of these departments is organized. So that's what we're hearing a lot of, and a lot of disappointment in not being able to fund our corrections department. They didn't put the money up yet. We heard Delegate Kelly the other day just talk about the 33% of unemployment, and having to spend $40 million over the last 2 years to bring the National Guard in to help support our corrections officers. So those are some of the pluses and minuses that we've heard tonight.
I want to clarify one thing. You just said 33% unemployment. You meant 30% job vacancies.
That's what I mean. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I understand. We're all tired, but I just wanted to make sure that we were getting out the correct information. You know, we're just a few minutes left. I'm going to take a second and just say thank you to all of you guys down there at the Capitol. I know you're exhausted. It's been a long evening, but it's been a long session. But I'm really proud of the work that we've been able to accomplish this session. You know, we've got a lot of good stories out there, and we've told a lot of things. We haven't been perfect. I don't ever claim for anything like that, but I'm really proud of the work that we at West Virginia Public Broadcasting have done.
Everybody's paid such close attention. You know, Curtis Tate has paid such close attention to not only the people, the issues on his beat of energy and environment, but looking at Bill 2007 as well. Emily Rice has taken care of everything that had to do with health. Caroline McGregor, our assistant news director, has helped shepherd us every way possible and kept an eye on just about everything. Chris Schultz, I worked side by side with him, an amazing, brilliant young man and a great journalist. And I've squeaked by a little myself.
Well, as I think I was saying to Chris earlier, we've produced somewhere over 200 legislative stories this session alone, which is an awful lot of content that we've put out, and I hope our viewers and our readers have appreciated that, and our listeners on the radio side too. I'm not minimizing that at all, but yeah, there's been an awful lot of stories and an awful lot done. But you know what? Tomorrow we're going to get together and kind of talk about what we've seen. And then Monday morning starts a fresh week, and we start reporting on the state of West Virginia moving forward too. So we're not done by any stretch.
I heard somebody say the interim start in another month. Oh boy.
I was actually just about to say that there will be interim sessions coming up in the not too distant future, where they're going to start the interim sessions that the legislature uses to start planning what some of their agenda items for next session, for the 2024 session.
Our team is pulling their hair out over there. If I had hair, I'd pull it out too. Believe me.
I haven't seen the interim schedule yet, but I bet it's out, or it will be in the next few days. And yeah, it never stops. It's we'll have interim meetings next month probably, and right back to it.
Well, and the legislature today, every night at 6 o'clock, it's been a joy to do. It's been a pleasure to do, and I've never seen such cooperation in several years that I've been here with the senators and the delegates. Everybody has just been so open and appreciative, and I think some of our question and answer sessions that we've had in the second half of every one of our shows have been very insightful and very valuable for the men and women and families of West Virginia.
Yeah, no, you're right. This year, it seemed like, frankly, everybody wanted to be on our show. Everybody was, as their schedules would allow. Now, you know, they, especially at the last couple of weeks, they were getting very busy, and it was harder for them to take time away. But everybody wanted to come and talk to us, and be on the show, be part of the show. Randy, thank you. Tell everybody at the Capitol, good job, thank you, and get some good sound for us for next week for the radio.
We'll do it. Peace out.
All right, talk to you soon. For West Virginia Public Broadcasting, I'm Eric Douglas. This has been the Legislature Today's Final Hours broadcast. We've been on the air for 4 straight hours, talking about everything to do with the legislature. The legislature, both chambers have signed out sine die for the last time for the 2023 session. The budget's been passed. A number of major bills have been passed. The budget being the one thing that they're constitutionally obligated to do every session. So with that, I'd like to say thank you and good night.
Support for the Legislature Today is provided by
West Virginia University, building futures close to home at campuses in Morgantown, Kaiser, and Beckley. Information at wvu.edu.
Embassy Suites by Hilton Charleston, an all-suite hotel and conference center minutes from Yeager Airport and Capital Market. Reservations and brasserie dining information available at hilton.com. Segra, providing fiber-based communication solutions. Segra, freedom to grow. More information at segra.com.